Frederic, what up? All right, all right, all right. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, yo, what up, what up? Oh, there's one. We got one. We got one for the win. I can't hear your mic.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
There it is.
What up, homie?
Good.
Yo, I see. I had to come out loped out today, son.
Hey, rapping the Sonics.
Woo!
Yeah, Supersonics.
What you know
Yeah,
about the throwback?
How my man get drafted by a team with as many S's as the Supersonics, knowing he had a lisp? That's fucked up.
Yo, how Nate McMillan had the ill gap in his teeth too. I bet you he had an ill lisp too.
He probably did. But Sean Kemp's was legendary.
Well, Sean Kemp is legendary though.
No doubt.
Yo, easily my favorite player growing up as a kid. Like,
Yo, he was another reason why I rocked 40. Like 40. It was him and Gale Sayers.
yeah, nah, Sean Kemp, man. My entire wall was all anything I could get, green and gold, and I had every jacket, every jersey. I was just something about the Rain Man, son. I absolutely loved that Gary Payton would just come down the court and just throw it literally anywhere. Here, go get that.
I mean, if it wasn't, I mean, you talk about timing. You know, they just, I mean, many players could say this. They got caught up in the Michael Jordan era, and so they just didn't, you know, they wasn't able to get titles. But that squad, that Seattle Supersonic squad, should have gotten titles.
That Supersonic squad was just, look at us talking about the NBA. See, we don't just talk about football. That Supersonic squad was the first iteration of the Sacramento Kings squad of our college years, who should, if it wasn't for the Lakers, would have won titles over and over and over and over.
Damn. Oh my God, man! I just wanted them to get one.
One, just legitimize Chris Webber's career.
Yes.
Just one. Get Mike Bibby a ring, even though I was pissed that they let White Chocolate go in order to get Bibby, but that was a good as a basketball move, it was the correct move.
Yeah. I mean, if someone could have just, you know, just like Jeff Galooly, Robert Ory's knee real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, so I was real big on they weren't really the first because there was Pedra, the dude who died, who played for the Nets, who was really good.
Yeah.
I can't remember his last name right now. It's Pedra something.
Drazen.
Yes, he.
Drazen Petrovic.
Yeah, Drazen Petrovic. Yeah, you're right. He could fucking play. Like he was like the very first European-born player who was given that workout.
And he wasn't scared of Jordan.
No, at all. And Mike said it too. Like, yo, that guy could.
And he told him multiple times in the game.
Yeah, like, nah, I don't give a.
He didn't even have to say like, yo, this dude's tough. He talks a lot of shit, and he's tough.
Yeah, he even said it, but it's funny because there was no social media and internet back then, so
right.
Dude didn't grow up. Dude didn't grow up like just staring up at Mike all day long. They probably didn't even get NBA highlights back then. He was just like, I don't give a fuck, homie.
he would have been a star for sure.
Imagine him
And
in the modern day NBA.
and also he would have been one. I mean, just if he would have just stayed around longer, he would have been one where you don't hear about soft European players. Like if you remember Sharunas Marciulionis,
Yes.
he bounced around Warriors and all that. He was another tough cat. So it wasn't until like somewhere in the mid '90s where European basketball players were just soft all of a sudden. But in the late '80s and the early '90s, they were not soft at all.
All right, so if you want to go with the mid-'90s influx of European basketball players, see, I'm glad that we can do this, that we both know sports enough, because I was wondering, I was like, damn, what the fuck's going to happen when football season's over with? Are we going to still do this shit? Yeah, we're going to keep doing this shit. I watch sports. So I think the influx, and going again, circling back to the Sacramento Kings before we move on to like the real sport that we're here for, they brought in a bunch of soft European players in a row. Stojakovic. Yo, he could shoot the lights out, but he was pudding soft. And then Hedo was just so young when he was playing, dude.
So young, that's it. Because when he got older, especially when he was with that Orlando team,
yeah, I was just about to say that.
Reasons why they went to the chip.
Yeah.
So
100%, more than Rashard Lewis, and then more than who was the little point guard? Jameer Nelson.
Jameer. Yep.
Yeah, and then even more than Dwight Howard. He was literally the reason.
That's when Dwight was at the height of getting boards. He was in his defensive player of the year bag, which is what helped them. He was playing his role then. He was getting buckets, but his main thing was grabbing like 15 to 18 boards, having 5-6 blocks a game. Like, yeah, that's when he was really in his bag.
Yeah, so they had a real run of European players, and without the success of titles with that soft European style of basketball, because they were just it wasn't necessarily soft, all right? So what the European basketball players were doing is what the NBA players are doing now. Flopping and chucking up.
Taking charges the Vlade Divac way.
Exactly. Right? You know, they're chucking up threes and all this shit left and right, and just it's all about mid-range jumpers. I mean, look at Dirk. When before Dirk did a 7'3" guy who can't run or move ever go out to 30 feet and stay there before him? Right. It never happened.
Right. So and even with Dirk, like they were talking about that soft Euro shit with him, and then because he's that tall, he was averaging 4 rebounds a game, which is a disgrace. Well, so then he worked on his game, and he got up to 7, 8, respectable. But then he was more perimeter player anyway. But yeah, like that. But he had to toughen up too.
He did. I'll give him that.
And when he did, they got chips. Then he got tough, and then they surrounded him with the hood. Deshaun Stevenson, Jason Terry,
the Jet.
You know what I'm talking about? They were like, yeah, we got you. So,
Jason Kidd smacking his wife up and shit. Like, it's whatever. We out here slapping bitches, winning titles. So I'm not even going to play the theme song right now because we are. I had to do this shit basically by shout out to my little homie for popping in last week and helped me navigate through an episode carry list because I was definitely carrying that shit on my own. It's just tough, man. Like I said, the music shows are easy because I can just smoke weed and play P records. I ain't got nothing to talk about, just play music, whatever. Doing a sports show when you're just sitting there by yourself is like, all right, what the fuck do I talk about now? This is like really fucking weird. But so I did write some notes, but that's just more so that I don't forget to talk about anything that I thought was dope.
It's like a quick little outline.
Yeah, nothing too serious, and you already know where I'm starting. We're going to talk about it at length because being former secondary players and receivers, we have a unique outlook on this from both sides of the ball, both sides of that throw. So, easily to play this year, easily.
I mean, I just want people to realize that that man, D-Hop, DeAndre Hopkins, went through a season where he did not drop a pass. And he was one of the most targeted players that season.
Coming from terrible quarterbacks, too.
Right. He went through a whole professional season without dropping a pass. That is incredible. And so, I mean, I haven't seen someone go up on three guys.
I was waiting for this.
Catch the ball so cleanly and since Calvin Johnson.
I've only seen it once, and that was Calvin Johnson against the Cowboys.
Yeah. I haven't seen that before or since. And to catch it so cleanly. It hit his hands, and then it didn't move. Didn't move. Yeah. And it's not like he was taller than anybody. He just out-hopped him both times. He out-hopped him twice.
All right, so this is I was sitting there trying to think of how many NFL receivers are even capable of doing that. And there's only a few. I can think of him. Julio could do it a couple years ago. I don't think right now he can get up high enough anymore.
Right.
But a couple years ago he could have done. Calvin Johnson, we've seen him do it multiple times. Randy Moss, they literally named it after him. He did it so many times.
DK Metcalf.
DK could, but I don't see. That's another thing. I don't understand why he doesn't throw it up like that to him.
Right, because he has major hops. I don't know if you've seen his pregame workouts.
Yeah, and then the other player that you could possibly do that with, it would be Mike Evans, just because he's so long and he's constantly going up. He's always climbing the ladder to make catches.
Well, he started out at A&M as a basketball player.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't join the football team until, like, sophomore year or something.
Yeah, that totally makes sense with him. And, Tom Brady was talking about the difference between throwing it to, like, Edelman or Welker versus Mike Evans or Randy Moss and whatnot. And he said, well, the only difference is it's where you're throwing it at. He said, if it's on the goal line, I'm going to look more towards one of the shorter guys, and I'm going to throw it towards the ground where they're the only one who can get it. Mm-hmm. And there's no layers of defenses in front of them. He said if it's going to the back of the end zone, I'm throwing it above everyone's heads to the back line to where only my guy can get it or no one else. And I was like, oh, that's so fucking smart. I never really thought about that. Mm-hmm. It's just like, it's not even really if they're open. It's just like, who is it? Well, if it's Mike Evans, I'm just throwing it up. If it's, somebody short like Tyreek Hill, you're not going to throw it to the back of the end zone for Tyreek Hill. You got Travis Kelce to do that shit. Mm-hmm. So I was really thinking, like, who could possibly have done that? And then who could do that at only 6'1"? And football height like I do. 6'1" is not 6'1". That means he's about 6 foot and maybe a little change.
Right.
All right. So now I know the defenders are all 5'9", 5'10", and whatnot, but there were 3 of them, and they have the ability to hit you and hit your arms and whatnot. So you literally have to go up above all of them to get it.
And you have one of the best corners in the league in that play too, in Tre'Davious White. So
Tre'Davious White, Ryan Clark said that, they're both LSU products, and Tre'Davious White trains with Ryan Clark in the offseason and whatnot. And he said he texted him after the game, and he's just like, what did I do wrong?
When a player makes you question your whole football sports existence, yeah.
This is a Pro Bowler being like, yo, what did I do wrong? And then Ryan Clark had to tell him, like, you didn't do anything wrong. It's D. Hopkins. It's like sometimes, like he said, sometimes you just get dunked on.
Yeah.
So when he said sometimes you just get dunked on, it literally did look like basketball, like he was going up for a tip dunk or something, right? Mm-hmm. And then I had to sit there and think about it because of the height differential. All right, Calvin Johnson was a legitimate 6'6".
Yeah, he's like 6'5",
6'6", like for real, with really long arms and high pointed ability.
Yes.
All right, so just throw it up in the air, right?
It's a monster.
And then Randy Moss, it was fucking Randy Moss. Like, his high point ability is second to none in the history of football, right? But Randy Moss was also 6'3" and some change with really, really long limbs, right?
And hops.
And over a 40-inch vertical.
Serious hops.
Serious hops, right? So I'm sitting there thinking, like, what other receiver that's only 6 foot is doing that? I can't think of one in the history of football that's only 6 foot. Maybe A.J. Green his first 2 or 3 years in the league, because we've seen him make Hail Mary catches. But with A.J. Green, he always tipped it and caught it on the rebound. And his 2 that I could remember were rebound catches. He didn't just go up and just snatch it. All right, so D. Hops, you know who he looked like? He looked like D. Wade.
He did.
D. Wade is only, what, 6'3"?
Yeah.
6'3", but D. Wade is...
They have him listed at 6'5".
Come on. You see 6'6", and then you see him. You're like, wait a minute, you're not 6'5". You're about 6'3". But D. Wade is easily the best shot-blocking guard who has ever played.
None. Oh, yeah, bar none.
And it's just like, yo,
the only one who was on his level was Michael Jordan. And that's saying I'm putting D. Wade here and Michael Jordan is here.
Yeah, because the stats on it are retarded. D. Wade is so far ahead of everyone else, it looks like he's playing power forward or something. Yeah, so that's what it looked like to me. I was like, wow, that's...
He's doing it even in his last year.
Yeah, I was like, that's somebody who has... their sense of timing is just something that was built into them. Mm-hmm. You know, that's just what it is. You're a shot blocker, your timing. D-Hop... I bet you he dunks on a lot of people when they play basketball. Mm-hmm. So then the big debate.
I would say the only one I'm thinking, but he was shorter than 6 foot, 5'9", 5'10", and the only one I've seen just like bully people like that to make contested catches like that.
Steve Smith.
Steve Smith Sr.
Yeah, Steve Smith, but he was more just physical. I'm going to just bully you.
Yeah,
I'm not just going to out jump everyone. Yeah. Like that was.
I mean, he would more dive if he had to. But,
so the other thing I wanted to ask you about this. So they're like, oh my God, is this the greatest Hail Mary that we've ever seen? Let's not be prisoners of the moment. I know it won a game, but Hail Marys typically do win football games. That's why they're called Hail Marys. Yes. So they called it the Hail Murray immediately, which it was the layup. Yeah, that was too easy. So. They're like, oh my God, it's the greatest one we've ever seen. No, it's not. So let me ask you, what's the greatest Hail Mary that you can remember?
I was just really trying to rebrand the Hail Murray. I just wanted to call it 3-hop, since he out-hopped 3 dudes. The greatest Hail Mary that I've seen. Ooh. What? Are we talking pros?
Just in general.
Well, I mean...
The one that meant the most was Doug Flutie, easily.
I was about to say Flutie, like that one was significant.
That one meant the most by far.
Absolutely.
That was not the most physically impressive.
Right. Not the most physically impressive, no. But it did mean a ton.
The best throw that I've ever seen on a Hail Mary wasn't even into the end zone. It was the one from the end zone out to the 50 from Aaron Rodgers against Arizona.
Oh, yes.
How you going? He did what Kyler Murray did, but it was 20 yards farther and a absolute dime to someone who was moving. Like,
hey, so then bringing up Aaron Rodgers. That one he did in the playoffs to a receiver who's not even in the league, Janice, in a playoff to make sure they go into overtime. That was significant.
Well, that one, and I think to me the most physically impressive Hail Mary I've ever seen was Cordell Stewart.
Ooh.
Dude, he threw it like 77 yards or something.
That was incredible.
Like, I didn't even think it was possible for him to even get the ball into the end zone from there.
Yeah, just like in a like what the most impressive, that might take the cake right there. I mean, that was a huge game too.
It was a big game, but just the throw itself, I was just like.
And then Michael Westbrook coming down with it clean. Before he started beating up teammates and then going to the U.S.
Woo! Yeah. So then that's what this is. So all of the, he just went up to dunk it and the alley oops and all that. There's a reason I broke out my Kemp jersey because Sean Kemp would have been so dope.
He would have went like this.
Yeah.
He would have pointed right at him.
Well, that wouldn't have been fair. He's 6'10" with a 44-inch vertical. That's not fair.
So stupid. So stupid.
Retarded. Just
shows up.
Dude, he dunked from the foul line.
Like, hey, you want to play some basketball? He's like, fuel.
Yo, so Sean, this is why I became a fan of him. He dunked from the foul line in the McDonald's All-American game during the game.
Right.
Not the dunk contest. It was in the flow of action. And I remember watching that because, back in the late 80s and early 90s, as a sports fan, you watch shit like that because there's, there wasn't too much on.
Nothing else on.
Exactly. And I was just like, yo, who the fuck this kid from high school just dunked from the foul line. What the hell just happened? And I was instantly hooked. And then he didn't go play in college.
Then had to go to community college because he couldn't get in. And then he barely was at the community college. He was like playing pickup basketball. Basically. And they saw him and they're like, hey, you want to come in for a tryout? He's like, okay.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not doing much.
All right.
Yeah, so oh shit, let me go to my notes. You didn't do too well in the picks this week, homie, but I like what you were doing. You were strategically trying to move up, and I liked it.
Right, I had to.
I know it. You know what's funny is I actually picked my picks like Wednesday. I took my time and picked everything, and then because I wanted to actually take my time this week in fantasy football instead of rushing on 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. It's like, oh fuck. And so I actually picked everything really early. Yeah, Tennessee, we all missed that shit. Thanks, guys. Again, every time I don't pick Indy, they win, and every time I do pick them, they fucking lose.
And I was looking at it as a trap game too. They just, and AJ Brown, where were you? Where were you?
Yeah. So who do they have over? Who does Indy have? Do they got they got Xavier Rhodes, don't they?
They got Xavier Rhodes, but I mean, you AJ Brown. What's up?
This is true.
And Xavier Rhodes last year struggled mightily.
Yeah.
So I don't. But even when he did get the rock thrown his way, he was dropping it. So I don't understand what was going on with him. It's like he lost his brother. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I look at Tennessee. I should have known better. I should have known better because Indy's defense is one of the upper tier defenses this year, right?
It is.
And then Tennessee just got physically beat up against Chicago's defense, which is one of the most physical defenses in the league, and they kind of, they kind of held King Henry in check. So I was just like, it's back-to-back weeks, and since Tennessee is a physical style football team, those types of teams,
longer to recover.
Yeah, they take longer to recover, and you don't really have a bounce back week when you're a physical team.
Right.
Like Tampa Bay, I knew they were going to blow out Carolina. It's like, come on.
Tom Brady just doesn't lose back-to-back like that.
Ever. And if it
blows you out the next game.
Yeah,
it was looking real bad. Looking real bad from the jump.
I mean, we all knew that one. That was an easy one. But yeah, this Tennessee and Indy, we all missed that shit. Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I don't know. I honestly don't.
Both of them are Jekyll and Hyde teams because you don't know what you're gonna get out of Philly Rivers. One time, he looked no turnovers. When Philly Rivers gives you no turnovers, you win those games. Period. Because normally he'll give it to you at least once, maybe 2-3 times in a game, and Tennessee couldn't turn them over. And as a matter of fact, Tennessee got turned over, and so. Yeah, it was just
and I mean, I hate to bring up something like this, but we are pragmatic here. Corey Davis, since the loss of his brother, he is not handling this well on the football field. We talked about this. Usually, a death close in the family, we usually see star players in the NFL dominate. Like they escape from whatever it was, and they focus on football more than ever for like that 2 hours, and. Right. With him, he's kind of like completely faded away,
Yeah.
which is really another thing that's hurting their offense.
Also, let's talk about Michael Pittman Jr. I was waiting, and I really wanted the Giants. I wanted the G's to grab this kid. First of all, size.
Yeah.
He can catch. And, I mean, he's strong. Just like his daddy was an ox.
Well, it was the lack of separation from defenders in college is why people didn't really look at him. And even I saw that.
But they said the same shit about Mike Evans.
They said the same thing about DK Metcalf, too.
And you saw how fast that was. Yeah. So I'm not worried about that. And then, he had a hundo this week. And I just think, like, the more, because what's the name we haven't called this year? T.Y. Hilton. T.Y. Hilton is on the super down slope. It's just like he disappeared. You don't even think he even played this year.
Well, I think when you're a birder, when your main thing is that you're just really, really, really fast, and you don't have you're not built like as a gazelle, you just fall off of a shelf. And we've seen this happen a million times. They just lose so much, but the only ones who can continue it are the ones who are skinny. Deshaun Jackson is still fast as fuck. Ted Ginn is still burning 15 years, but look how skinny he is. Those little tiny calves.
Because you can't hold that weight when you're that fast. You are an anomaly. That's what made Usain Bolt such an anomaly, because people who are that big are not normally that fast.
Yeah, I know. They always said, "Oh my God, if Usain Bolt played football, oh my God." Well, first of all, he wouldn't last that long because he's too big. His knees would be taken out on day one.
It would be tough. Yeah. His knees, ankles. How do you neutralize speed? Hit him in the legs.
Every fucking time. I don't care how fast a car is. If it doesn't have wheels, it's not going nowhere, baby.
It's not going nowhere. Don't even matter.
Yeah. So you're right. They're
Michael
both.
Pittman, if they really continue to work this kid in, and they add that and he becomes like a threat, then Indianapolis, they could surprise some people, because now they're just not keying in on the run.
Yeah.
And Phillip Rivers does like big.
He does. It's just with both of these teams, you have no idea which one of them is showing up. And I hate teams like that when the playoffs start, because it's like the only thing that matters in the playoffs is, can you put a run of 3 or 4 games together in a row? That's it. And if you're up 1 week, down the next, I don't care. You might last 1 week.
Right.
Look what happened to Baltimore last year. Got bounced in the first round because they just up, down. And then we'll talk about Baltimore and what I think they're not going to be able to do this year in a second. But this Tennessee and Indy thing, I don't know. It's the Roni makes me like Thursday night football because it gives me something to watch, but I still don't like Thursday night football.
I know, because these teams, like, you're not going to get real good. Like, it's always going to be a blowout. There's always a blowout. You're not going to get a hotly contested game where both teams had adequate enough rest and bounce back and all that. Like, whatever your previous game was, it's going to affect your Thursday night. So if you had a tough match game on Sunday, you're going to be still hurting.
It's such a short turnaround, too. I don't understand it. So I just had a high thought. Shout out to Weed. Why Thursday? Why not switch it to Friday night? I know Friday's high school football day and all that shit, but whatever. And switch it to Friday and have it as Friday Night Lights and have a Friday evening game just like they do with Thursday. That one day of changing the schedule will completely change the competitiveness of that game.
You can get people who were questionable to actually play.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's just a matter of hours.
And then on the back end, you don't have a 10-day break to your next game after your Thursday game, which there's always people, they never really look at the after effect of having that 10-day break before you play your next game. It's just like, there's always rust involved. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Thursday football, but I will continue to watch it, even though it's terrible. It is. It is terrible. So Houston and Cleveland, I don't know I'm not judging anybody on that game because the weather was so atrocious. You can't do anything in that.
I mean, I just saw Cleveland winning this one regardless.
Yeah, I mean, easy. Nick Chubb being back, easy.
Rock. Yeah. And you know what? And here's the thing. Remember, we talked about this. Fantasy versus reality. Football. Now, I know that there were people out there pissed off that he ran out of bounds.
I had
Listen,
him on my squad, son.
yeah, he got the win. Now you see, and I love that it happened in this season. See the difference between a running back who knows what the deal is, who doesn't score, gets down, all his team has to do is kneel it out, you get the victory, versus what Gurley did against the Lions, scores, gives the other team back the ball, especially the way Atlanta's season's been going. So, and then Atlanta could have kneeled down, won the game instead.
Well, you also know football karma, just as well as I do. And if he scores when he's not supposed to, when you could have secured the victory guaranteed, I will absolutely guarantee you 1,000,000% that they are either going to block the extra point or the kicker's going to miss it. And it will be
absolutely. It's going to be a negative play out.
It will stay an 8-point game, and you will allow them to tie you, and you are going to lose in overtime because you made a stupid decision that the football gods did not agree with.
This is why Nick Chubb is steadily climbing up my board of favorite players in the league, period. You don't hear shit from him. He just laces him up, and he runs hard as fuck. Like, that dude is a tough tackle.
Well, it's funny because he was on the Pat McAfee show today, and Pat asked him, like, yo, you guys failed to cover the spread because you didn't go into the end zone. And he's just like, to be perfectly honest with you, they told us to go down, not try to score a touchdown, and just get the first down and go down. And he's like, and I completely forgot until about the 10-yard line. And he's like, and he's like, I'm kind of big, and there was no way I could have gotten down within 10 yards, so I just went right out of bounds with it. And I was just like, he's just like, oh my God, you completely forgot until 10 yards. He's like, now I hate you even more because
you were going to do it.
He's like, you were going to do it, and then you just skirt.
Yeah, I love it.
I mean, I cleaned up on FanDuel this week, but had Nick Chubb just ran one more yard, I would have made about 30% more money than I did because I was right on the line. I just kept watching my shit go down in the second half of the week. I'm just like, all he had to do was get me that 7 more points. But it's all good. I still cleaned up. This was an easy week. I thought this was a really easy week fantasy-wise.
Yeah. I was really hoping for, I was trying to make some moves, and I was really looking to see. And you know what? The whole, again, Rona strikes again.
Yeah.
Because the Pittsburgh-Cincinnati game, I know Ben had that knee thing. It looked, I don't know, with him and injuries, you never really know. Because he'll be limping and hopping around and then, trudging around, still throw some touchdowns. And it's like, so are you injured? You hurt? You injured? What you doing?
Well, Mike Tomlin always said that when he sees
the bloody sock incident, like, what is this?
Yeah, he said that whenever he sees Ben limp or hold his shoulder or rub his elbow, that he knows he's finally into the game.
Yeah. Now he's good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then with the Rona thing, I thought that he may be out. So I thought the Mason Rudolph experience was going to be in full effect. And so I'm going Cincy all day.
Well, I wanted to make that pick, but Pittsburgh there's going to be some team that catches them in a bad week. And, Joey Bag of Donuts has been able to keep Cincy in every game regardless. But Joe Mixon was out. That changed it for me. And then A.J. Green, he might as well not even play this year. He's non-existent. And they don't really have anybody else past that. It was just like, all right.
Well, it's all T. Higgins, and T. Higgins is a young stud.
Well, T. Higgins is a young stud, but I know that Pittsburgh will just put Joe Hayden on him and be like, here, you go cover him. Try to limit him to 80 yards or something.
I mean, he had over $1 and 2 TDs. So, I mean, he got busy. But
he did get busy, but what else do they have? Absolutely nothing. Then Pittsburgh's got that defensive line that's just going to tee up on Joey Bag of Donuts. So, though I wanted to make that pick. Yeah. I wanted to do it. I really did. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a pick that I did make that I'm not even mad that I missed it. It's Washington and Detroit. Detroit's another team that every time I don't pick them, they fuck me. But I just thought, and I knew with Alex Smith playing quarterback, who you know me, NFL football is all about quarterback competency, and Alex Smith is an upgrade infinitely over who's been playing for them, even at this stage of his career without even being able to run anymore. Just he's not going to make bad decisions.
Right.
He's not going to win you the game, but he's not going to lose it.
Right.
You know,
and they had every opportunity. I had to go with Detroit on this one, for the simple fact that. So here's that thing, talking about players who don't win or lose you the game. Matthew Stafford. I mean, this guy is still an X factor.
Yeah.
Like, he's still an X factor to all these years. And so he just, with whatever the lineup is, he just like figures it out. And DeAndre Swift is really now into the thing. And I'm glad like AP could just like get some backup reps, which he should have been doing from the beginning. But but their wild card is that defense. I just, you let go your best corner in Darius Slay, big game Slay, and then you just draft another corner. Like, that doesn't.
You just, I know. All right. So speaking of that, you just never get rid of a player whose nickname starts with big game. I don't care. I don't care.
Corner. You just don't.
I don't care what position it is, Kerry. I don't care what else that they do, because if your name is big game, that means you show up in the big ones, and that's all that matters.
Exactly.
Look at Randy Moss was a big game player. He definitely took plays and games off, but when it mattered, put me on Monday night, homie, whatever. Forget about it, So
Sure.
big. Who was the other big game? A West Virginia alum, straight out of Lindsley High School in Wheeling, West Virginia. Big game Willie Clay.
Oh, Willie Clay, yeah.
Yeah, he went to the same high school as Drummond. Crazy,
I was going
right?
to say Drummond at first, yeah.
Yeah, they actually went to the same high school, but that high school recruits players from Pittsburgh because it's so close. So, here, do you want a free education at an institution that you can name which college you want to go to after you go here?
Yeah.
Just come be fast. They're not. It's so blatant their recruiting that they're not eligible for postseason play in the state of West Virginia.
Oh.
Yeah, because they actively recruit. It's like an academy.
So then what's the point?
Well, you're playing at Lindsley. You're getting a top-tier education, and they're like
what's the points for Lindsley? What's their point? I mean, just...
Well, they get to play like... They're playing like... They might play one or two bums during the season, but it's like a Notre Dame.
Really ranked.
Yeah, they're playing like... You're getting so much exposure by going there.
Oh, so they're playing like Don... what's the name? Out of Jersey? Don Bosco and like...
Well, teams that they would play what I would have said high school would be Bel Air at Ohio, which is Joey Galloway's high school. That's a big fucking deal. And then like Mater Day at Ohio, and then Massillon.
In California. Mater Day.
Massillon in Ohio.
Montford.
And then all those Pittsburgh teams, Penn Hills, like all those PA teams. All those Pittsburgh teams are like 40 minutes away, so you get a lot of exposure. And like, say you're from the Pittsburgh area, you can just pop down.
Thomas Aquinas down in Florida.
All that shit, and big play Willie Clay. Woo! Yeah, you don't get rid of a player with the name. It's like, all right, Bill O'Brien would have done it anyway. If it was big play D Hop, are you still? Yeah, he's still traded. That's the dumbest trade. Rex Ryan said it today. It's the worst trade in NFL history.
Well, Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker to the Vikings, and the Vikings gave them the mother load. The Vikings essentially made Dallas a dynasty.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm still going to go with this one and not being a prisoner of the moment, because at least with the Herschel Walker thing, you thought you were getting something in return for what you gave them. You thought Herschel Walker was going to come be Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
Problem
is he was Herschel Walker. But they sucked.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything. The Vikings just thought, we'll just add him. No. You still have to do your work and like get offensive linemen that he can run behind.
All right, so they traded D Hop for like a number 2 at McDonald's and a bag of footballs for the kickers. So like There's not even any expectation on the return. They literally gave him away.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
That's the worst trade in NFL history.
Yeah, because at least Dallas got a lot of number one.
Yeah, but what are you going to think whenever he's on stage with his dreads, putting on his gold jacket at the end of his career? If you're a Houston fan, like, really, Bill?
Trust me on this one, because you know I run deep with H-Town. H-Town still feels like he belongs to them. They have not let him go. Just like when the Oilers left and they became the Tennessee Titans, when it was Tennessee versus the Rams, everybody in H-Town was rooting for Tennessee, and I was like, hold up. You don't have no football team? You don't have a football team. There's no football team here. You just rooting for players. You rooting for Tennessee because there's no football team in Houston.
Yo, that's hilarious. I still can't believe he made that trade. I think he did it because he knew he was on the way out. Like, yo, fuck
now
you
he
guys.
doesn't have a job. Exactly.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
You just fucked that franchise.
Oh my God. Deshaun Watson must hate him.
And see, and that's another thing. Because Bill O'Brien claimed that he loved Deshaun. He said he's one of the smartest, most ready, capable quarterbacks he's ever seen coming out of college. And you fuck this dude who has fought back time and time again, knee injury after knee injury, to come back to give away not only his best receiver, but one of the best receivers, period, in the game.
And one of his best friends. Like, you gave away his best friend on the team, you idiot. You must really... He had to have been Nero and that shit. He was burning the city down on his way out. Like, fuck this shit.
That just doesn't even make sense.
It's befuddling. I can't think of a trade in the history of sports where I was just like, wait, what?
But also, remember this. Remember they got rid of Dwayne Brown, their best tackle, the left tackle, just sent him to Seattle because he said some shit about the owner, which was absolutely true in the organization.
And then
they didn't resign Clowney. They just letting their best. The only one they have any sort of loyalty to would be J.J. Watt. That's it.
And he wants out.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. And the city of Houston doesn't blame him because they don't even feel worthy of having him.
Yo, so I had this question I was going to ask you, and nice if he would ever show up, but, you know, one can only hope. Where I mean, I know we talked about it before, and my fantasy was, all right, he can go to the Chargers and, like, be the voice, but where realistically, not fantasy land, where do you see him going now? Because, honestly, I could see him going to Pittsburgh and playing with his brothers. He doesn't need money. He can take a team friendly deal, and his two brothers are there, and they don't need him to carry them, only because his two brothers are there.
I get that. I could actually see him going to Vegas. Like, Gruden loves it, and they have a young running back, young fast receiver. The defense is coming along. They need that one thing. It's like when Houston was first building their team in the supplemental draft, and then their first pick was Tony Baselli, who was the Jaguars, you well know, one of the best left side. Like, talking about a guy who you wish would have been able to play longer. Tony Baselli for sure, and he's on the line. I mean, but that guy was a mauler when he was on. Yeah. You wasn't going nowhere. I don't care who you were. He was a mauler.
I love that. See, that's another that Jags team is like Sacramento.
Yeah,
that was another team that was so talented.
I know.
And they made it to an AFC title game out of nowhere.
Yes, they did.
So talented. Keenan McCardle and Jimmy Smith. And you know my affinity for Freddie T, my favorite running back in NFL history.
Yep, no doubt. Yeah.
Oh, and hold on. Shout out Rasheem Mathis.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Yo, they had some thumpers on that damn team. Man, they had some thumpers. But
Hardy Nickerson, Kevin Hardy, both of them at the same time. I was just like,
boys. Yeah, the Hardy.
I was like, what the fuck? The Hardy boys. This is dope.
Tony Brackens. Remember that monster?
They were loaded. Mark Brunell at quarterback, loaded. Loaded.
They were loaded.
Yeah.
They were loaded. And so you want a guy like that who can just like help that defense along, because that defense does. I mean, you have Max Crosby at the one end who's killing it. He's one of the league leaders in sacks this year. You have a young safety in Abram who is just looking to knock heads off.
I see all that, but do you think that JJ's personality fits the city of Vegas?
I get that, but one of its team leaders doesn't fit Vegas at all, because Carr is a holy roller, but not the holy roller in the casinos. You know what I mean? So I mean, the balance.
I've seen
Mike Mayock and Mike Mayock and Chucky, like doing all these picks. Like JJ Watt would be someone that they targeted simply for like the locker room aspect and to get these guys up to the thing.
Yeah, but the ladies love JJ, man. There's a lot of whores out there.
Yeah, he married now though.
Yeah, there's a lot of whores out there, man.
Gotta resist temptation.
David Carr shall lead you from the temptation.
I mean, outside of that, I mean, I could see him staying in the AFC. It would be dope if he could play with Pittsburgh. I just think that they just have too much there right now. I just don't see a spot for him. Like their line is legit.
I know where it would be a good fit for him, but they're just not there as a team, so it's not worth it at this point in his career. It would be the Washington Football Club of gentlemen playing the game of football for the District of Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, they got a couple of studs, or young studs, so that's mentorship. Big markets. You're right in the political capital of America. You can keep doing the political things that you've been doing and keep doing all the foundation things that you've been doing. Your post-NFL career is set for you there, but they're just not good enough, and clearly he's going to want to win.
I mean, now, rock with me for a second.
Okay.
A great place would be Miami.
Oh.
You stay in the Gulf. You're down south, so you're getting fantastic weather. Brian Flores has proved himself as an ill coach. They got a young stud at quarterback. That defense plays hard as shit. Like, this team plays hard.
No, you're right. That's the perfect spot.
He loves that. So he would fit perfectly.
A lot of whores in Miami, though.
We can say that about a lot of places. Come on now.
Now, you know those two cities are world renowned for their whores.
But yeah, I could see him.
Oh, and listen, man. You know me. I'm not a fan of Alabama quarterbacks, just like I'm not a fan of Ohio State quarterbacks, and I'm not a fan of USC quarterbacks. These huge mega programs just don't produce NFL caliber quarterbacks because their programs are so dominant. Like, look at Alabama. Their receivers are so good that I could be first team SEC quarterback down there.
Same thing with University of Texas.
Exactly. Oklahoma.
Vince Young was Vince Young.
Yeah, I want to see somebody like
develop him as a quarterback.
I want to see somebody like Big Ben play at the MAC and dominate with nobody around, and then you're like, all right, that guy's going to be good.
Right.
You know,
look what Eli did at Ole Miss.
Exactly. Against SEC teams.
No, but that's what actually, like, that was training. That was a training ground for what he had to end up doing and being successful at on the next level.
Exactly. I always look at college quarterbacks who play in the SEC on the lesser of squads that are that perform well. Like, they can play. Like, you know, they can play.
Like if you play for Vandy.
Exactly. Like, because you're already playing NFL caliber defenses every fucking week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Jay Cutler cared, he had all the talent to do it.
Oh, Jay Cutler. Like, are we going to blame this on diabetes? No, let's not. That was just Jay Cutler's lazy ass. Like,
that Miami.
I'll never forgive him for being on the sideline in a playoff game, riding a bike, while the third-string quarterback is almost bringing your team back to win a playoff game. like after that, I couldn't. Like I couldn't anymore with that dude.
I mean, I think every football player who's never made it to the NFL looks at that and just hates it. Like, see, man, I wanted.
There's guys who did make it that were like, what is that? What was that? Like, you in the locker room, homie. You're not on the sideline with us. If you could ride a bike, you could get out there.
You could play.
Ask Phillip Rivers, who came back a week later after having his ACL operated on and playing the AFC Championship game against the Patriots.
And who definitely does not have Jay Cutler's arm talent.
Absolutely not, because he shot puts the ball.
Exactly. Jay Cutler literally could have stood there and just slung it if he wanted to, because he had an absolute rocket.
Ridiculous.
So anyway, yeah, that Miami, you win. That I wouldn't even consider any other team that's perfect. And with Tua being on a rookie contract, they can afford it.
Yep.
They can afford the last couple years of his career.
They could.
So that's just going to allow me to transition right into riding the Tua train. Like I said, I don't trust Alabama quarterbacks, and I didn't think he was going to be this good. But when I watched interviews with him, I was just like, oh my God, it's Russell Wilson all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's literally Russell Wilson all over again. This guy's going to be a megastar.
Absolutely.
And he does the one thing that I value above all other NFL quarterbacks. He is hyper accurate. He is extremely accurate.
That was his thing the whole time. Super accurate.
Yeah, so I mean, I just didn't trust it because it's Alabama and you did have the best receivers on the planet to throw to. But I'm telling you, I saw an interview and I was just like, oh, it's literally Russell Wilson. And then I found out that he hangs out with Russell Wilson and whatnot. That's like his mentor. I was like, oh, Jesus.
That makes sense.
Yeah, this guy's, and he's in a perfect scenario because the team's loaded and Brian Flores literally, I think this is the coach of the year.
Yeah.
He's going to end up being the coach of the year.
And think about this. There were players who opted out, especially on defense. So you don't even have like everything you could have had. Also think about this. Minka Fitzpatrick once upon a time was on that squad. I mean, and they've continued to play great, tough defense without him. I mean, I think about the days, I'm like, damn, he's on this squad too. Holy shit.
Now think about this. He made a quarterback change in the middle of a win streak from a quarterback that is universally loved. Not even in his locker room. The whole world who watches football loves Fitzmagic.
They do.
And he was heartbroken. And I bet you there were players who were heartbroken. But I can guarantee you, after this 3-game win streak, there's not a single one of them that gives a fuck anymore.
Like, they good.
They saw him play in week 2, because week 1 was a little shaky. In week 2, they were just like, oh, no, fuck that guy. Because the difference between the two of them, because Fitzmagic can make all those wow throws, is Fitzmagic is going to throw 3 picks in that same game. And Tua's not going to do that. So those games where they were losing because they were just, their backs were against the wall and Fitzmagic was literally losing the game for them, that's not happening anymore.
Right.
I actually think they're going to win the AFC East now.
And talk about an outlier, because I know Alabama quarterbacks have routinely, I mean, they do great as analysts. Awesome. But I mean, you really haven't had a significant Alabama quarterback as a pro since Joe Namath.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They all suck.
So, but analysts, they do awesome. Justin Fields might be that same sort of outlier from Ohio State. He looks different. Like, he's just different than some of the other ones. Like, he's definitely not Craig Krenzel. I mean, you know, he looks like a different cat there.
I just got to see one succeed first.
He might be able to burst through. I think he might be that same, like we're talking about too. I think he might be that same sort of thing.
We'll see. I mean, you got to give credit to Nick Saban for adjusting his entire philosophy on football on the fly, because they literally just used to run the ball. Quarterbacks that didn't turn the ball over. They get to the whole world changes. You have to throw the ball and score 50 points a game. He's like, yeah, fuck it, let's go score 50 points a game. I don't give a fuck.
The kid literally snatched a victory in a national championship game out of the tight jaws of defeat.
Jalen
was not going to win that game for them. Was not.
No.
Toast. Toast. You had 2 NFL running backs. You had Rohan. What was his name? Rohan Smith, who was the linebacker on Georgia. I mean, that they're not losing that game. They're not. They got studs. They a receiver. Like they were not losing that game until you put in a quarterback who could pass. They were not ready.
Well,
they were not.
Well, they weren't ready. You don't plan for a quarterback who can throw that well, because you're game planning for Jalen Hurts, and you don't have any tape on Tua. You know nothing about him. He's the backup. He's a true freshman. He's made no throws all season. Then all of a sudden,
a couple, but nothing that you could scout.
Not really, but I mean, it's not a hard decision to make if you're Nick Saban, because you know what you've got. Not even in him, you know what you've got on the outside. Like, look what we're not using right now.
And he knows that he can get it to them. He will put it up.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, those receivers balled in the second half. It was ridiculous. It was like a holiday.
Yeah. It was crazy because I remember the highlights vividly. There were not contested catches. They were absolutely just – those receivers won that game.
And you could tell that the DBs were like, what is this? They had no idea his arm strength, that he could put it there, that he was so accurate. I mean, because they tried to back up, and it didn't matter because he still put it right on the receiver. It didn't matter what they did.
And they didn't. I don't think that they knew that those receivers were actually that fast, because they've been run blocking most of the year anyway. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Calvin Johnson when he was at Georgia Tech. Nobody knew what he could do because they ran the fucking triple option.
Which makes you wonder, how the hell he ended up there?
I don't remember why. It makes no sense.
I mean, it clearly worked out for him regardless, but still.
Yeah.
It was a head scratcher, because he could have easily been one of the best receivers in the nation. Like,
he would have been.
Get a Freddie Bolitnikov. You know what I'm saying? Get you one.
You know, 3 of them if you want them. Like, you're Calvin fucking Johnson. Like,
instead of going to some D2 player who has like 150 catches, because like whatever, that's what happens.
Yeah, 153 catches and 27 touchdowns for a team that went like 4-8 or something,
and still has to like come in on a free agency contract
because he's only 5'11" and he only runs a 4.6 or something. You know, it's one of those guys.
He's scrappy.
Sneaky athleticism. First one in, last one out kind of guy. Coach's son.
You already know the verbiage.
Yeah, he's a coach's son.
Hell yeah.
He's a lifer. Got a real bright future in the booth.
That makes all the right plays.
Got a real bright future in the booth when his career's. Yeah.
That's right.
He could be a coach or an analyst when he's done. It's really up to him.
Coach on the field. That's what you want. That's what you want to build your team on. Coaches on the field.
Those are all the worst things to ever hear if you're a football player. Like, what? No, don't say that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, Miami. I'm picking Miami to win the AFC East. They are legit for real. And don't let Tua continue to gain confidence. You know what? The only thing they're actually missing is weapons. Like, he's got Devontae Parker, and that little running back Ahmed is he's pretty fucking good. And Gesicki at tight end, which I do like, but outside of that
also Gaskin when he gets back from injury. I like that dude. I like Gaskin.
They need it. You can already tell. I can already tell, and it's funny because trading away a bum Larry Bumsel, and getting 2 first-round picks for it. Thanks, Houston and Bill O'Brien. They're definitely going to go get a first-round wide receiver this year.
Oh, for sure.
$1 million, because they got 2 to blow.
Yeah. Also, the one Preston Williams, he's a big body, he's a big receiver, but he keeps getting hurt. I mean, he's like 6'4", 6'5". He's a big dude. I mean, when he's healthy, he's actually good, but he just can't trust him because he keeps getting hurt.
You also have to build around your team's abilities, and Tua has a fantastic deep ball, so you better get somebody that runs a 4.2.
Yep.
Henry Ruggs would have been perfect for them.
I was just thinking about Ruggs too.
See, that's another Alabama wide receiver. Or it's just.
I feel like they'll get one from Clemson because Clemson got him. See, the Waddell injury in Alabama really hurts because I don't know if he'll be back in time to even do his pro day. I mean, he's proven enough. I mean, he's going to get drafted, but he also relied on his speed, and he had a knee injury late in the season. But those Clemson receivers are always good.
Pick any of the, there's two of them at Alabama that are incredible.
Yeah. You got the Florida. Listen, they're not ready yet. They're still cooking. But Miami, University of Miami, had some receivers down there with speed, and my old quarterback, De'Aaron King, who left Houston to go to Miami, and I understand why, because he wanted to play in more meaningful games. I get it. Get out of that dumpster fire conference called the American, and go to a real conference. I get what you did, and he's doing work down there in Miami, and I love it for him. But they got some studs.
All right, so here's high thought number 2 for this episode. So with the adjusted salary cap, because the salary cap, as you know, for those of you who don't know, the salary cap works on how much income that the league made and then distributed amongst each team average-wise, blah, 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 based on percentages and all that shit, right? So the salary cap is going to be somewhere between $30 and $50 million less next year. So you're going to see a lot of veteran players that are going to get cut. And I'm sitting there thinking of teams,
they take deals.
Players that want to move on, who need a new, besides J.J. Watt, that would fit in Miami. And if I am Julio Jones, I am booking my first ticket to South Beach and going and playing with Tua for the rest of my career down there with that squad.
That's not bad.
Oh, yeah. And then get somebody young who runs a 4-2 and let him blow the top off the defense and let Julio just do what he does up the sideline and run and post and shit.
Yeah, that's not bad.
If I'm him, I'm doing that because you see it. It's the eye test. You see it instantly with Tua playing on an NFL field. I saw it instantly, like, oh, he belongs. He belongs.
Yep.
He's already accurate already. The timing didn't bother him at all.
And also, he's like taking it back to basketball once again. Like, you could be good, right? Like, you could be a good ball player. But then also add in, you're a lefty, you change the game. Chris Mullin was good. Great shooter. But he was also a lefty. So he's fucking your mind up. You're like, wait, oh shit, he's a lefty. Like, you forget, like those couple of times you forget because you're so used to going up against and defending right-handed players.
All the time.
Going up against a lefty, you just forget one time, and then that's a big play that happens on you because you forgot, oh shit, I got to defend it a little different because he's a lefty now. I should have taken that other shoulder instead of the inside shoulder. I should have done this instead of that.
Changes everything.
All you need is that one play. That's it.
And going full circle back to my Madden squad in the 90s, Mark Brunell was left-handed and it always fucked everybody I played against. It fucked them up because they were always just so right-handed focused.
Right-hand leaning because that's how you defend it. So a lefty really throws a chink in the armor.
So what I'm doing if I am the game's best right tackle is I'm going to South Beach also.
Sure.
Yeah, because now you're a focal point on the offensive line. You're going to make more money down there.
You're going to get more money. Damn right you are.
You're going to get more money as a right tackle there than you would anywhere else by far.
Yeah, yes, you are, because he's your only starting lefty in the league. Yes, you are.
And clearly they're going to build around this kid. He's got it.
Mm-hmm.
Just the kid's got to stay healthy because he's not that big. But look what he needs to hang out with Kyler Murray in the offseason and learn how not to get hit.
Yeah, learn that sweet old slide. I mean, Russell can teach him that slide. Russell Wilson knows that.
Yeah, but Kyler Murray is my size, and he just doesn't get hit.
Let's also talk about this. Kyler Murray is different type of quickness.
Yeah.
There are quick players in the game. He different quick.
He's Barry Sanders quick.
Different quick.
Yeah.
Like you see him running through, you're like, yeah, he's fast, but he's so quick that you're like, oh, they might get him. Oh, no, they're not even going to touch him. Not only are they not going to get him, they're not even going to put a hand on him.
He's short and low to the ground. He's able to make cuts so fast. It's just like Barry Sanders. I haven't seen someone laterally that quick since Barry. It's just like when that scramble from the 18-yard line that he made, when he cut, he made that stomp step that he did on the Hail Mary. He's really good at that deke step. And then came in, but then on his plant step, he went back to his left again, and it left that safety just kept going that way. And he literally just hopped into the end zone with the ball out. It was just like he crossed over the safety. It was just like, holy shit. He's not even dribbling and he crossed him.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, he is different.
Yeah, man. I don't like it, but he could play. I don't like it. He can play though.
Also, where's his who did he replace again out in Arizona? I'm having difficulty.
Josh Rosen.
Oh, that guy. Where's he now again?
He was a backup for the Tampa Bay Gronkaneers, and then I don't even think he ever saw the field. I think he might be on the practice squad.
Right.
I think he's actually on the practice squad in Tampa. Because they're like, well, we can get him for absolutely nothing. If he can't learn from Tom, then he can't learn from anyone.
So it's interesting how a franchise can say, hey, you know what? Might have messed that one up. You know what? We're going to go ahead and scrap it. We're not even going to wait. We're not going to give it like...
That never happens.
It never happens. We're just going to go ahead and scrap it now because this guy. I believe in this guy. And then already in year 2, you are deep position for a playoff run. And their defense, they got a couple studs on their D, but I mean, like overall, I mean, you lose Chandler Jones, your best pass rusher, you lose, I mean, like you're just not, the D's not all the way where it should be. And that offensive line, let's be honest, still does have some problems. Kyler Murray covers that up because he is supremely quick and fast, but they still have problems. I mean, because they're not like a punishing run team. And then when they have to rely on the run, who did they really turn to? Kyler Murray, not their running backs. So that's going to play havoc on them in the playoffs. But you have a base and you have a player. You have already a franchise quarterback now. You have it. You know what you have in front of you. Now you just build around this kid.
All right, so let me ask you something on the building around this kid. If you're Arizona's GM, do you make this move? Because I know I already do it because I just watched Stephon Diggs torch Patrick Peterson up and down the field. This is Stephon Diggs. I get it. But what this is showing me is Patrick Peterson has reached the point in his career where he needs to pull a Charles Woodson and move to safety, right? But they have Budda Baker, and they're not going to get rid of Budda Baker. So it's looking like Patrick Peterson is going to be let go with this huge salary cap issue coming up. I'm thinking Patrick Peterson, depending on what the salary cap hit will be, might get cut by the Cardinals in the offseason because...
What that is an excellent point, and it is high time. Yes, so as a corner,
he just can't keep up with them right now.
You eventually you come to the realization that okay, not as fast as I used to be. These young cats, they coming out, they quick, they fast. All right, but I know the game. I know the game so well.
Did you see the interception that he had?
Oh, absolutely.
Dude, that wasn't his man. He was man-to-man with someone else, but just knew that there's no chance to hit the quarterback and get it to his guy, so he peeled off, bam, intercepted. That's safety right there. That's a safety play.
Let me tell you something. When I made the transition from corner, I loved it. I was like, safety. I was so free. And I was like, I just sit back here. I diagnose the entire field. I'm calling plays out. I'm helping the linebackers out. I'm helping linemen out. I'm like, man, this is dope. So I'm just quarterbacking from the back. And then whatever my physical skills are at the time, I max those out. But I'm also, at this point, my awareness is so great that I'm going to be there. I don't have to pick it. I could tip, I could do anything, but I'm going to shut it down. And so I think like safety, like for people who start at corner and go to safety, I feel like it's just the mother load. You just feel it's amazing. Like those who truly accept it. That's why Charles Woodson was an All-Pro. Rod Woodson was like an All-Pro. Like those who really embrace it and like go to it and like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna do it. They become All-Pros because they know the game.
If my memory serves me correct, as an LSU fan, I believe Ryan Clark was a corner in college.
Oh, was he?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe early on, and then see that's another one that sometimes the move to safety just works. It just makes sense. Sometimes it works in reverse. Look what they did to Byron Jones for Dallas. They tried to make him a safety, and he was just getting torched because you have to be able to think back there. And then they're like, you know what? Just go back to corner. He became a fucking a Pro Bowler.
Easily. They're like, oh, all this athletic prowess. Yes. All this athletic prowess you showed us at the combine. Oh. Here's the best usage of it.
Yeah, fucking retards. Yo, Dallas is retarded.
They're the worst. I love every single second of it. I love it. Well, Red Rocket, speaking of them, Red Rocket is supposedly on target to come back.
Nah, I think they need to stick with Garrett Gilbert because the team, that's the best they looked all year.
You know what? And I was thinking the same exact thing.
It's the best they looked all year.
Garrett Gilbert. First of all,
dude, that was against Pittsburgh's defense.
In the Red Rocket. There's no future in the Red Rocket.
That was the best defense in the league, and he almost won them that game.
Yes, he did. He already had playing experience from playing in the other league. He did go to University of Texas, but then he transferred out.
Yeah.
And then he went to a school where he could actually play quarterback. And so, yeah,
stick with him. Stick with him.
Stick with this cat and ride it out. See what happens. And if anything, I mean,
you have a competent backup who already knows your system through half of the season, and you can trust him.
And they've already made a commitment to bring back Mike McCarthy next year.
And Dak. So, they've already committed to Dak, supposedly.
Already committed to Dak. Okay.
You can let go of the Red Rocket, who's costing them more than $10 million a year, I think, at backup. I don't know how much he's costing, and then you can just pay Garrett Gilbert a bag of chips and a couple of hot dogs after each game, and you're good money.
Yeah. Because he's just happy to be in the league again.
I mean, wouldn't you be? That's speaking of happy to be in the league again. San Diego's running back, Balaj or whatever it is.
Yeah.
All right. So I had him in my fantasy this week because their first two running backs, 1 and 2, out. Yeah, so that instantly knew, well, that in my mind, I'm thinking if they get around the red zone, there's a possibility he's going to get some cheap touchdowns because he's the only running back on the roster. And I did the same thing in Washington. Their top two, their 1 and 2s are out, and I took their running, whoever that guy is. Dude, both of those guys scored 2 touchdowns this week.
They got McKissick.
Yeah, but I took the other guy.
Oh, Gibson?
Gibson, yeah.
Yeah.
Antonio Gibson. 2 touchdowns from both of them.
He's the rookie.
Yeah. Cleaned up this week on fantasy because of the wise, very cheap, might I add you, very cheap running back picks, which allow me to spend on everyone else. I.e., I was able to get Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams both on my team at the same time.
Love it.
And just,
even though Devontae really didn't do much this past week, but Aaron did.
Aaron did, but though Devontae didn't, there weren't any receivers who had that, like, oh my God, this guy had 4 touchdowns this week. Right. There's a lot of 130 yards and 1 touchdown.
I mean, the only one, like, Thielen had 2 touchdowns, but he didn't have many yards. Jefferson had over 100.
Yeah, that's what there wasn't that one game where one receiver won everybody's fantasy for him that week because they randomly had him and he had 4 touchdowns out of nowhere. You're like, what the fuck? It was real easy this week. But that running back, I like this kid. He runs. You can tell he's running.
Gibson or Balaj?
Balaj. He's running like his job depends on it because he literally was not in the league like 3 weeks ago.
If I'm not mistaken, he went to Oregon State?
I don't even know.
I think he was a Beaver. I think he's an Oregon State Beaver.
All I know is because of fantasy football and it made me watch that game because I had him and I had it as on my second screen, and I'm watching him play, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this kid is running so hard right now.
He understands that this is his shot.
Dude, he runs. You don't see.
Listen to B Rabbit all pregame.
Dude, you just don't. You don't see NFL running backs hit the hole that hard. There's usually some patience involved because they learn that sometimes you have to wait for things to develop. No, I'm going straight. Every carry might be my last one, and I loved it.
Nuts with every shot, every stroke, he busting nuts.
Dude, I loved it. I'm going to continue to keep riding that train because they got nobody else at running back.
Yeah, Joshua Kelly. You know what? Here's the thing about running backs that are drafted high from these big schools that were like, they're fairly good in the nation. They got good rushing yards, and they may have broken a couple school records. I point to Joshua Kelly and I point to Cam Akers as examples of this. Two fairly well drafted rookies. Cam Akers can't pick up a blitz to save his life, and like he gets when he gets the rock, he doesn't seem like he absolutely knows what to do with it. Like him getting hurt in the second game, bruised ribs, and then you see what happened. Darrell Henderson Jr. took over and never relinquished the job because he hits the hole with power and speed and urgency, and he picks up those blocks and he does all this. Joshua Kelly is the same. He doesn't. It's like, oh well, I was the man in college. I don't understand. Well, it's like, you're not in college anymore, boy.
Well, Kerry, it's just like not trusting quarterbacks from institutions that constantly have skill position groups around them that are outrageous. Like, I'm not going to trust a quarterback from Iowa because you're going to have like 7 tight ends on your roster that are going to the NFL. I'm like that is tight end university right now.
Yo, facts.
Dude, like so it's just the same with that. I don't trust running backs that come from schools that constantly pump linemen into the NFL. It's not you that was any good. Like Wisconsin running backs, I don't care. I know Jonathan Taylor is okay. I don't trust you because all those linemen go to the NFL every fucking year. Like, just be realistic here.
Ron Dane.
Dude, there's so many. It's just
what happened to you, homie?
And it constantly happens. So, and that was happening with Alabama for a while too, with Nick Saban in the early years because they were just
early years until you got those monsters who then they didn't give a shit.
Dude, look how good Trent Richardson looked in college.
Oh my God, he looked amazing. He was one of the top players. First of all, he was one of the top prep players. Then in college, he was one of the top. But didn't he win a Heisman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then he got to the league. I think maybe he had 3, 4, 5. I'll top him out at 5. 100-yard games in 3, 4 seasons.
That's another thing is like
3 overall pick.
All right, so college running backs that go to schools like that have just outstanding offensive lines all the time, they usually never develop the pass blocking skills that are required in the NFL either because the lines are so good, their teams never ask them to do that. Mm-hmm. We're not going to bother you with that. We have people that do that already.
Right.
And so now you're looking at Ronald Jones in New England is looking, or not in Tampa Bay is looking real good.
New England South.
No, I was thinking about Damian Harris in New England also.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
These are some running backs that have come from really big institutions that I never trust their skill positions that were kind of unheralded, realistically.
But okay, because also look at one of the best blocking running backs of all time who wasn't big at all. You gonna fuck with me? You gonna know?
MJD.
MJD like a motherfucker.
Come on, right. I will never forget when he turned the lights back on.
Yo.
No, he turned them lights back on, Sean Merriman.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Dude, it's leverage. He was too small and his legs were too big. You're never going to out hit him.
UCLA, yeah, UCLA had them pretty boy. You know, they may give you a tight end. They'll give you a couple receivers. You may get some linebackers out of UCLA. I'll give you that. You get some linebackers. You may get some DBs out of UCLA.
You get quarterbacks that don't pan out.
Right? Running backs, you didn't really get running backs out of UCLA like that. MJD comes along and he is cleaning clocks. Cleaning straight up clocks. One of the best pass blocking running backs I've ever seen. Period.
His leverage was impossible to beat, and he liked it. He liked it, which is required because
he was a Pro Bowl running back who loved to pass block.
And there is another player that we'll see if you can pull him out of the ether without me having to say his name, that was built just like him, that didn't want to pass block. And that goes to show you the difference in their NFL careers. Muscle Hamster.
Was that my joke? His name is escaping me right now.
I can only remember him as the Muscle Hamster.
It'll come to me. It'll come.
You know that you're short and thick as fuck if they call you the Muscle Hamster.
Yes, it'll come to me. Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. It's a want to, and if you just feel like you just feeling yourself because of all your college accolades, and you come to this next level and you thinking you're just gonna ball just because of your name or what you did in college, you a loser. Like you gonna lose. I would rather take a D3 running back because I know this cat is going to give me everything. May not be as talented, whatever. He's going to give me everything. He's going to do everything I say. It's just going to be 100,000 miles an hour.
All right, so remember, I'm trying to think of running backs who like ran with absolute veracity that I don't ever remember them being like, because in order to be like a running back that's known for pass blocking, it's a play that's never ever looked at unless you fucked up. Mm-hmm. It's so off to the side of the screen. Sometimes it happens out of the view of the screen, right? Mm-hmm. So, trying to think of running backs that ran with like authority that actually were good at pass blocking. Because you remember MJD doing it because he was literally putting defensive ends and linebackers on their ass. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And then after a while, it's just like, oh, it's like getting dunked on by somebody who's got supreme hops. It's just like, oh, he got you too. After a while, I was like, oh, MJD got you because...
You know who was really good at it? LaDainian Tomlinson.
That's because he was a consummate professional at running back. He did everything well. So Marshall Faulk was also good at doing whatever he needed to. But, you surprised me that wasn't any good at it that you would have thought would have been was the Barbarian. Marion Barber.
Marion Barber. Oh, my God. The guy was a beast. And he ran hard.
I've never seen another running back run that hard ever.
Oh, my God. He ran hard.
He earned every millimeter of yardage that he got.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah, that is surprising that he was Olay.
Yeah, because if you could pass block well, that means that you're going to be on the field on third down.
We'll be on the field all the time.
All the time, and you will also extend your career because now they can trust you in third down. If you can catch, you're definitely extending your career, right? So even if you can't, they're going to use you for pass blocking, and it's just
somebody like, I'm going a little old school on this one. Kimball Anders, who was U of H school, who played for the Chiefs for all those years, was a Pro Bowler multiple times. He is what made, like, in terms of fullback, like the pass catching fullback, Kimball Anders was that dude. And also block for your stud running backs, whether it be Marcus Allen or whoever was running with them at the time. He made the fullback an essential position where not only you just pass block, but you went out catch passes, which then made people really like look at the fullback position. Like, oh, okay,
It turned it into the H back. You're not even a fullback anymore.
Yeah, they turned it to the H back because now you're just not like Tom Rathman just crushing skulls and going through.
You know what's funny though, Kerry, is now the H back doesn't even exist. They just use a tight end in that position.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, now tight ends are doing reverses.
Yeah.
In Ingram, reverse. God.
Well, I mean, that's not anything new. It's just now now you have enough tight ends that are as athletic as Scarface was. Because when Scarface was still in the league, New England was already doing that. Here, just put him at running back. Fuck it. Who cares? As funny as it is, I'm right. He was an absolute athletic freak at tight end.
Yeah.
That was like somebody who should have probably played basketball. You see the basketball players come in and excel at tight end. He should have actually played.
Tony Gonzalez, it should have been him. It should have been Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, because he was slimmer, so his hops were a little bit more. I'm more up above the rim.
Aaron Hernandez would have been the Puerto Rican Anthony Mason.
Dude, as a Patriots fan, we don't like to talk about this guy, not for what he did, for the fact that if all he did is just stay on the field.
What could have been?
If you stay on the field, guaranteed at least 2 more minimum.
Oh, easily. I mean, it would have. It was easily the most lethal, and it didn't even get a full chance to develop. The most lethal tight end combination in the history
of
the game.
Ever.
Never duplicated.
It never will be, because not only did you have an absolute matchup nightmare at one that he doesn't necessarily have to block. He's more of your pass catcher and X factor. But on the other end, you have one of the 100 greatest NFL players of all time at tight end in his youth before he started to get hurt.
Who could block with the best of them and also catch with the best of them, and was just an unstoppable force.
And who actually likes blocking. He loves it.
Right.
Loves it.
Right. A juggernaut.
This if they had like 2 different versions of tight end in the NFL, he could have actually made it as both. Blocking tight end and receiving is whatever. I'm top tier on both of them. But oh my God, have him and Aaron Hernandez? Are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
It was already unstoppable. And they, like you said, they were just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it was. They were right there. They were right at the precipice, and then murder was the case.
They didn't give it to me, but they gave it to him.
Gave it to him
more than once, actually. What a fucking. And like they said, he had the most CTE brain in the history of CTE.
And so speaking on that, let's go to the Pat boys. So
speaking of Pats, I got it before I forget.
This was a trap game for Baltimore.
Yeah, but before I forget, it ties the Pats in. I actually think that Robert Kraft had a hand in saying that he had the most severe CTE ever as a way to kind of dampen what actually happened, because this dude has always been like this. If you watch the documentaries, in college he was shooting people, shooting up clubs. In high school he was a problem. So
after his dad died, it was over.
It was over. So I actually think, knowing New England and how they operate, it's such a huge operation at such a high level, and the way that everything's so quiet and orchestrated, I actually believe Robert Kraft had a hand in crafting that narrative, because I don't believe that he had the most CTE ever. He's always been Scarface. You guys just made character judgment fucking mistakes, and you don't want to own up to it. Oh, it wasn't our fault. He had the worst case of CTE ever. Oh, no, you had Scarface on your team. And all his family, all his homeboys live in Connecticut, and you drafted him. They're all right there. Like, should have been more. They could have done way more for him and his career, but maybe they couldn't, because he was Scarface, man. He was about that life. That's fucking short. So anyway, back to the Pats. I wanted to pick New England, and I should have.
I wanted to pick them too, and because Hoodie, Hoodie knows Lamar Jackson. Period.
He knows hardball too.
And knows hardball too. And so I was like, ooh, I want to. The only thing that paused me was just that horrific display that they did against the Jets.
It's the same thing that caught me. I was just like, yo, it's over for them. It's over.
So bad.
Especially when I saw the weather report, I was just like, oh man, I really want to go with New England because all New England's going to do is be like, Lamar, you're not beating us. Somebody else has to. So, speaking of that game, let me ask you something. Why the fuck would Harbaugh in a torrential downpour that looked like the opening scenes of The Last Boy Scout?
I was about to say, or like the last scenes of Any Given Sunday.
Just torrential downpour, and you have at your quarterback Lamar Jackson, right? The league's best running back since Michael Vick, without question.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Why would you run? I'm actually going to put this on Greg Roman, who I do not like as an offensive coordinator, and I never have. Why would you run a Wildcat with Mark Ingram, who has a jet black limo tint visor on and an absolute downpour? Have you ever driven in the rain when it pours like that?
Mm-hmm.
You can't see shit, even with wipers. Why would you...
But that dude was just coming back off injury.
Why would you do that? Who called that play?
Run it with the rookie or
Lamar?
Or even, or just Lamar himself.
Yeah,
I know.
Just run a normal play. Why did you put him back there? You're not fooling anyone. There's no chance on the planet that Mark Ingram is throwing that to anyone in that weather. So, what are you doing?
I feel like a lot of offensive coordinators have just been out thinking themselves.
That was so stupid. They deserved to lose that game.
Yeah, they did. They did. And they got embarrassed. And this kid, J.C. Jackson, leading the league in interceptions. I mean, yeah, he got pressed into service. And, I mean, I know they're going at him so his opportunities are more, but he's taking advantage of it. I mean, yeah, he got caught a couple times, but...
All right, so in our last Super Bowl run, whoever had a fast receiver... that's who covered them, was J.C. Jackson.
Mm.
Like, it didn't matter who it was. Actually, the last two Super Bowl runs. The three, actually. He was there for Atlanta. That was his rookie year. He was there for the Eagles game, getting torched. And then I think this is year 4. But in the Atlanta game, he was covering Julio for most of the game.
Wow.
Because he's just really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So every time that we would play somebody who's a burner, this is the guy they put on him, no matter what.
Now he's starting to catch the rock.
Yeah, so he's always, they've developed him well over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And it does help if you have the best corner in the league at the other side. But Gilmore's out right now, so
but he's taking Gilmore's place, so he's getting all that work.
So now you know that Gilmore's definitely out. Because of salary cap issues coming in, even though New England has like 20-some million, you dump in his contract, you'll now have like 30-some million on the cap, and then you can go get somebody cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I wanted to pick New England. I knew better. That's one of those gut picks that I knew better.
Same here.
I knew better. It's just that weather was so terrible. Like, I've played in games
like mentioned earlier, Damian Harris has been balling.
Well, if you look at New England's offensive line, they've always been good, but now with Cam there, they have now switched to being a physical offensive line, and
they're starting to get used to it now.
Yeah,
and now they're starting to like put hats on people, and they're starting to move that line forward. And again, you cannot discount the love that you have for your quarterback. When you have love for a player, especially when it's your quarterback, you will do any and everything to make sure he is good. period.
Yo,
And they
so
love this dude. They love this dude.
Sony Michel definitely lost his job.
Mm-hmm.
It's over for him.
They took his girl. I mean, he lost his job actually in training camp. They lost, but it just Damian Harris hurt his thumb or whatever.
He definitely took his job.
Definitely took his job.
Oh my God, yo! So the other game that was an oddly tight game for some reason, and I think it's just because Green Bay's just not that good. It's just Aaron Rodgers is, and Devontae Adams is probably the best overall receiver in the NFL right now. It helps when you have Aaron Rodgers, but it doesn't matter because they're double, triple teaming him, and he's still dominating. It's been an easy year in fantasy football. Just draft Devontae Adams. You're getting a touchdown every week guaranteed. It's happening every week. But yo, Jacksonville, who is this rookie? Because that's another player who just lost his job, and it's Uncle Rico.
Yeah, Lutz. Yeah. See, that's the thing. This is the thing without preseason. You don't get to put eyes on these players who you would normally see, just like a Victor Cruz going off on the Jets, and you're like, oh, this cat's gonna be a player, even though he didn't play until a year or so later, a year and a half later. It was like, oh, that kid is going to be a player.
Well,
and so you don't get to see this.
Yo, so if a side note on that, if the roadie happened in Tom Brady's rookie year, he would have been an insurance salesman. Because without seeing him on the field in game action, they wouldn't have kept 4 quarterbacks.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct. And so, you go in, you think, okay, well, this dude is a backup on the Jaguars. I mean, like, how good can he be? And all of a sudden, you're like, oh shit! All right, well, he's still getting the rock. I mean, they still giving the rock to Robinson, who, I mean, you got to think. They let Leonard Fournette go. They felt good about it. They felt good about letting him go because I'm like, wait a minute, that's Leonard Fournette. Leonard Fournette just had an amazing season last season. You're just gonna let this guy go? Who's this James Robinson kid? Like, who's he? He's a rookie. Who's? See what he's doing.
He's balling, and Keenan Cole is balling. And
Keenan Cole is balling. Chark, when he's healthy, is balling. Like, I mean, that's the thing. These Jaguars, think about all that they've given up.
Still playing well.
Pro bowlers.
Still competing.
All pros. Still playing well. Still playing hard.
Yo, that's the note that I had on this game was that goes to show you that Uncle Rico might not be any good because they just put in a rookie third stringer and they're competing at the exact same level. So it's the entire team. So imagine if they really got a quarterback. They would really compete.
Which okay, you heard what you just said, right? Which has been the exact same statement that they've made since Mark Brunell left the organization. If they just get a quarterback. Jacksonville Jaguars always had defense.
Yeah.
Always had some sort of running game. Always had some sort of receivers. Quarterback, always the problem. Blake Bortles was quarterback. They had Allen Robinson. They had receiver. They had running game. Quarterback. They can never get the quarterback right.
David Garrard, oh my God, they drafted David Garrard.
But you know what? David Garrard was, he was, I'm not going to give it up. I'm going to protect the rock. I'm not going to just give it up.
Yeah, I'm here to, I'm 20 years of watching the Patriots, homie. I'm here to win titles, not sell tickets and make a profit.
I understand. But it wasn't, at least he wasn't giving up Bortles. Like, Bortles is just, listen.
Nick Foles, they backed up a Brinks truck for Nick Foles and he played 3 snaps or something retarded.
Denver picked up Blake Bortles earlier this season, and then they cut him. In the age of Rona, a player who's played professional quarterback on a squad like Denver, who is down to their 4th quarterback,
still cut him.
Stay on the team. He gets cut.
And
I mean,
now he's backing up Tommy in Tampa. So how bad is Josh Rosen if Blake Bortles is backing up Tommy and you're
no. That's not Blake. Not Blake is backing him up. The blonde kid out of Missouri. Oh shit, what's his name?
I'm pretty sure it's Blake.
Not Bortles. The kid who also was actually at the Jaguars too. Crap. Oh, his name is right there.
I gotta look this one up.
Yeah, nah. So it's not Bortles. It's the other kid. He played at Missouri though, and he also was drafted by Jacksonville.
Let's see. Tampa. I'm still, every time I look at the teams, it's like muscle memory to go right to New England.
I know.
I can't help it. 20 years, people. Blaine Gabbert, my bad.
Gabbert.
That's how I got there. They're the same person.
Gabbert.
They're the same person.
I was getting there.
Yeah.
I was going through my Rolodex. Blaine Gabbert. Yes, Blaine. Right. But props to Blaine for at least still keeping a germ, because Blake Bortles, you couldn't even stick with Denver.
All right, so speaking of Denver, I don't like Drew Lock. I though he has those moments, I feel like his teammates don't like him. He looks like one of those quarterbacks.
I definitely went Denver over.
I know you did.
Las Vegas, because I was taking some risks.
That was strategic. I see all the moves that you made. I actually thought about, but then my better sensibilities got me. And when I watched Drew Lock, he looks like a quarterback that no one likes. Like his teammates just don't like him. You'll never be successful as that guy.
He does seem like that douchebag type of. Whatever. No shade on Missouri, but those type of quarterbacks come out of Missouri. Blaine Gabbert, one of them. Nobody really looked like they fucked with Blaine Gabbert like that on that team. You know what I'm saying? They fucked with Michael Sam more than they fucked with Blaine Gabbert. Yeah.
Yo, hold on 1 second. Yo, shout out to Michael Sams, because without you, this show wouldn't exist, because you being in the NFL, being a thing actually is where all of this started to happen, because it was too funny. It was too funny.
Yes, it did. Like, we talked about us really actually having a show to talk about all the shit that goes on in the NFL and just everything. So yes,
shout out to Michael Sams.
Wherever you at, son. Shout out. But yeah, like Drew Lock, like he don't even look. Nah, he don't pass that eye test. Not like your boy
Herbert.
Yeah, not like your boy Herbert. Who, I gotta say, so here's one of those, as we talk about, like, the eye test. There were players in the locker room, fresh off training camp. Of course, they didn't want to say it. They were like, yeah, Tyrod's our quarterback, no question about it. But, that rookie kid, he's looking good. So we're just excited about our quarterback room. That's what they would say. We're just excited about our quarterback room. Which is speak that we can't wait till this rookie gets in. So that
wait till you see what we got.
Yeah. Wait till you see what we got. Because, you know what you got in Tyrod. Love Tyrod. Like, love homie. But he's, good luck Chuck, as we said. So they were very eager to get him on the field. And so now, he's there now. I feel like he's going to be that type. I'll wait for season 2, 3. And then, right now.
No. See, it's not going to happen, because I think John Elway is a terrible executive. I think Peyton Manning showing up there on a defense that was that loaded got you.
I was talking about L.A.
I thought you were talking about Drew Lock. I was like, that's
no. Like, there's nothing to talk about there. There's nothing to talk about.
Well, I had a note, but I wanted to say that I think Elway actually sucks, because he has swung and missed heavily. Mighty Casey at the bat has swung and missed heavily on quarterbacks.
So I equate what Elway has done at this position what Michael Jordan has done when he was first just when he was the Bobcats. Since they've turned to the Hornets and he's like kind of reined back and given other people control, they've actually drafted a lot better. I think Elway just needs to get out of his own way and let smarter people do it. Period. Because there's some people you've been in the game that deep and that thick, and you just think you just know it, and you think you see things that other people don't see. It's just like nah.
Well, plus on top of that, it's John fucking Elway in Denver. So is anyone going to like oppose his opinions and say no to him?
Not to question him, which is dangerous because you need to be questioned.
Brock Osweiler, they gave that guy so much money. I want to.
So ridiculous.
I want to drive to Denver and kick him in his knees myself.
Come on, like you had to know this, like, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's almost the equivalent if you have like someone like LT, who then for the Giants only drafts linebackers, but is terrible at it. I mean, like, you were one of the greatest to ever do it, and you don't know how to draft your own position. That's terrible. That's horrific.
Bill Belichick cannot evaluate wide receivers to save his life.
Which is because they already have to be out there doing their thing. That's when he got Wes Welker, because he was like, "Well, Wes Welker keeps hurting us. I want to."
Well, it's also you got to remember how difficult the New England offense is to learn. So rookies just can't come in and figure the shit out. So you got to have like I get it, but all right. So another game that was real easy to pick. And I know it's odd because I think the rest of the world is starting to figure it out is the G-Men. I say this football team is a lot better than its record, and I've been waiting to talk to you about this, and I'm actually going to roll the fuck up for this part of the conversation. Yeah. You actually have to be extremely excited about the future for your squad.
So here's the thing. So as especially after we took this victory,
easy pick, by the way, easy pick.
I said that from the gate. I was Giants are definitely winning this game. Like it was stupid. Definitely should have won the last game. So this is the thing. They have to learn how to win, because had Chicago beat, had Philly beat the first time, had Tampa beat, just so many games. Like if you really look at it, Giants' record should be reversed of what it currently is. Absolutely should. I mean, the only team we got really stomped out by was San Francisco. Other than that, in every single game.
And San Francisco's not even who they were. Not even the same.
Right. And so that's when it comes down to quarterback play, who's at the helm. And just like we talked about Fitzmagic earlier, giving up the ghost, not like losing the game for us. Like that's what Danny Dum Dum was doing for us. He was losing the game. But I got to give him credit, because I'm about that. I will give you credit when it's due. The last two games did not turn the rock over. Played very well, played within himself.
And you get W's.
Took the sacks, threw the ball away. Keep it simple, my friend. It's really just that easy.
Well, it looks like you have a solid young coach that's doing the same thing that Flores is doing down in Miami.
Loving Joe Judge right now.
He's you can see it instantly. You instantly can tell. Because they're playing better than their roster, and you guys have a way better. I give you guys actually the utmost respect, and I fucking hate the Giants, but Tommy's not in New England anymore, so I'm going to let that demon go. I don't hate the Giants so much as I used to, but Carrie's froze, y'all. Let me roll the fuck up. We got a frozen co-host. I think it's funny because I wonder if he can actually hear me. Yo, Chronic, what up, homie? I was wondering if you got that or not. And congratulations for winning the first 333 trivia contest. That shit was hilarious, and I definitely will be doing it again. God damn it. So, Logan, that is hilarious. And you're not the first person to say that. Martin, what up? Lambo, what up? Karen, what up? If you are not a football head, this is definitely not the show for you. And while we wait, I bet you if I play some music, he'll pop up.
Technology.
Well, I mean, it's all good because I do have a vast experience of smoking blunts and playing music to people on YouTube. So,
dope.
Easy transition. It was a nice break. It was actually the length of one song, so nice break. So anyway, what I was saying, and it wasn't technology, homie. What it is the universe shutting shit down and not allowing me to give the Giants the credit that I was giving them in the middle of that happening. And
there was a momentary glitch. It's all good.
There was a glitch in the Matrix. Was just like, wait a minute, this isn't in the algorithm.
Right. You was fucking up algorithm.
This is
okay.
This is why I'm Neo in the Matrix, though. But like I said, Tommy's not in New England anymore, so I have to let that anger go.
Right.
I gotta let it go.
I'm proud of your growth. I have to say this. I am proud of your growth. It's been a beautiful thing to watch over the years.
Yes. So I will let go of the hatred, and I will give credit where credit is due. They are building something positive up there. That's why I said you have to be, as a Giants fan. I remember the beginning of the season, it was just like, which New York team is the worst? Remember, we were having this debate because you guys look terrible.
Yes.
And now, that's not even a debate. That's not even a debate. Now there's a solid foundation, and you have to be excited because if Saquon comes back and pulls an Adrian Peterson and comes back and is a beast like he is and isn't diminished in any way, and adds, so this is what I was going to say before it shut off. I'm glad that I got reminded. So it's funny. I swear to God, I think that people are watching our show and implementing it into their game plan. Because the second that the Giants started doing what we said that they should be doing with Danny Dum Dum, you got to start getting W's.
Easy.
As soon as I saw that he was that fast, look, it's the first question I asked you, I was just like, why do you guys do that more often? He's really fast. Like, what do you guys...
and what did I tell you? I was like, Danny Dum Dum is our best running back on the squad right now. He should be running the ball more. Like, I don't understand why we just don't do more RPO. Like, I don't get it. We should do more RPO. And now we do it multiple times a game. And I'll be damned if he doesn't score almost every time. Or he gets chunks. He
has now become a prop bet of whether or not he's going to get a rushing touchdown each week. It's like a thing now. So now that they're doing
had two, and he should have had two this last.
Now that they're doing that, and if he does have throws where you're just like, okay, I see it. I see why they like him. That was
so frustrating. He does have throws. He does.
Well, I also think that, if you get better talent around him, then, some of those decisions are easier to make. So that goes back to a side note on that. It goes back to the Hail Mary thing. So there was one question that I never got to ask you. It was like, who's the best Hail Mary thrower ever? That's the question that they were asking. They were like, oh my God, that was the best one I've ever seen. It's like, well, who's the best one ever? It's just like, all right, so with that Hail Mary with Kyler Murray and D-Hop, it was the end of the game, and there was no other option but to throw it up in the middle of three people to your best guy, just give him a shot. Matthew Stafford used to do that with Calvin Johnson in the middle of a drive or the middle of a quarter. 3-on-1? Yeah, whatever. I'm throwing it to him.
All the time.
Same thing with Tom Brady when he had Randy in New England.
All the time.
Double, triple, it doesn't matter.
Randy did this on Revis. Randy did this on Revis Island.
And he caught it one-handed on
one hand.
When Revis was playing at the peak of cornerback in the history of the NFL.
When Revis was literally Revis Island. He just did this. Yeah,
so that's why I can't look at it, because Aaron Rodgers has done it so many damn times. It's like, oh my God. And Russell Wilson throws such a perfect high arching.
I was going to say Russell does this shit all the time too. Yeah.
But Matthew Stafford, you got to give him credit because he always threw that 60-yard ball up where only Calvin can go get it.
So I'm going to give you two names that no one would even think to say. And it's a connection. And I would dare say it literally changed how some quarterbacks threw their deep ball. Jeff Blake to Darnay Scott. Jeff Blake playing for the Cincinnati Bengals. Darnay Scott, who went to the same school as Marshall Faulk, San Diego State. When they hooked up in the league, I mean, poor Kajana Carter. Poor, gone. But so no running game. They had to throw all the time. They were always behind. And so a popular play, especially on third down, Darnay, who had a good 4-year stretch.
He had an ill NFL, a good receiver name too, Darnay Scott. That's an ill receiver name.
Great, and he just came. He was good for like 4 years, and then he kind of disappeared. Jeff Blake would lollipop. He would throw it high in the air, and that thing would just come down perfectly right into the arms. Right into the arms. You didn't have to worry about anything else. Like, you would be on the spot. He would just throw it to a spot, and he expected you to be there. And Darnay Scott was there all the time. Russell Wilson throws the ball like this. Kyler Murray throws the ball like this on their deep passes. Like, the best deep ball throwers throw the ball like this because of Jeff Blake. Jeff Blake showed them. Jeff Blake gave him the blueprint on this one.
Well, whoever was throwing it to your guy, Harold Carmichael.
Oh my God! Oh, you talk about Jaws?
I mean, the guy was like 6'7". Harold Carmichael.
I mean, 6'8".
6'8". And still didn't.
Jaworski. He was throwing. So he was throwing to the tallest receiver in the league, and then one of the shortest receivers in the league also at the same time. It was ridiculous.
Well, so Randy Moss was so good at the high pointing and whatnot that it made Dante Culpepper, Jeff George,
another deep ball throw, two other great deep ball throwers,
and Randall Cunningham all relevant for a stretch when he just could just throw it up. So that's like that was so impressive. Like I said, he looks like D Wade getting up higher than he's supposed to amongst the trees, and you're like, whoa, that was like J.R. Smith. When J.R. Smith goes up, you're just like, what the fuck?
Sneaky hops.
Yeah.
You think he's just going to shoot a three all the time. When he was down in New Orleans, when he first got drafted, J.R. Smith was balling.
Yeah.
Like, he was balling. And, once he started, like, feeling himself, and then he killed a guy, then he just was like, whatever, I do what I want. When he won Sixth Man of the year, and then the Knicks had a nice little playoff run, and he was driving to the cup,
dude,
dishing the Novocaine for the three.
Dude, that then one dunk he had
one night at the club, and then he wants to jack from the half court line for the rest of the game.
Shout out to Tyson for taking him out to Griffin and getting him wasted the night before a playoff game. It's all your fault, homie, and I'll never let you live that down because I know it happened because you sent me fucking pictures. Yo, I got JR out in the club with me, God. I don't what are you doing? Doesn't he have a game tomorrow? What the fuck is he doing? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What is he doing at Griffin with you?
Terrible.
But, yo, that dunk he had for the Knicks, I know you know which one I'm talking about, on the baseline where you thought he was just going to go up normally, and for some reason he did a two-handed windmill.
And then he
I was just like, wait a minute. I didn't know he could jump like that.
Stupid. Yeah. He had bunnies. That's what I'm saying. And he also has handles. Like, I thought that was one of the main things about his game that was just super underutilized because he fell in love with his jump shot. Yeah, he could hit, but when he won Sixth Man of the Year, it's because he was breaking people down. He was breaking the defense down, kicking it to the open dude. We were hitting buckets, like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what he was like? Yo, Flea, what up, man? He's Derrick Rose's weed-smoking older brother. Because they play exactly the same, but he's just high.
He showed Derrick how to drive into the cup and do all that, and Derrick was like, I'm going to focus on that. And then Jay was like, you know what, I'm going to start shooting threes. And then Derrick just focused on, I'm going to be the best at taking it to the cup and banging it on everybody.
Yo, because literally they played exactly the same in their youth, except JR was high. And Derrick was, like, focused.
Because Derrick, I mean, especially at his size, I don't know if I've seen a more violent dunker when he
never
had all of his injuries. I'm talking
violence. All right, so there's a side note on that. So I played in the West Virginia an Ohio All-Star game for both basketball and football, right? And for the basketball, we had like 3 practices as a team, the West Virginia squad. And the first one was at Lindsley Academy. We are bringing it full circle tonight, people. And so we had this kid on our team named Ryan Jeter. And Ryan Jeter, the Jeters are infamous for being the most athletic humans in the Ohio Valley, the whole family, right? Mm-hmm. And Ryan Jeter was about 5'9" and some change, and fast as fuck. He actually went to the same college I did and played basketball, but he also played in the football All-Star game too because he was just a freak. And everybody who could dunk, the like 5 or 6 players that could, are all on one half of the court trying to show off in the first practice, showing what they could do. And Ryan motherfucking Jeter throws it off the glass at 5'9", maybe 170, 180, catches it, and explodes the entire backboard. It didn't just crack. It didn't come down. The entire thing exploded out. And I got to see it in person. That shit was incredible. And it's crazy because the dunk right before that he missed, when he hit the back of the rim, the ball did not land until after half court because I'm the one that caught it and threw it back to him. And I was just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's violence.
Dude, it's the same thing Derrick Rose did. I've seen violence like that in a small person. You're just, dude, the backboard exploded. And then we all got in trouble, and then he was just like, all right, there's no more dunking for any of their practices. Like, it's the 90s. They can't replace that shit instantly. What the fuck?
No, not like that. No, not like that.
But yeah, violence. Like, that's why I said Derrick Rose is the basketball equivalent to Bob Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Small and violent, and your body just can't take it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the G-Men, I don't know what you got. I don't know you guys well enough to know where you go from here building off of this.
Well, here's what I say. We definitely need a pass rusher, and then we need a playmaking linebacker, like a playmaker. Blake Martinez is a tackling machine. I'm talking about a playmaking linebacker. But we definitely need pass rushing. I do appreciate what they're doing with the offensive line. They're rotating everybody in and out. Everybody's getting reps, and so this bodes well in year 2.
Tight end looks like he could score in the red zone too.
Like Evan Ingram is now starting to especially. I think here's one of those things, that drop in the first Philly game where he catches that, game's over. He didn't try to dive. He didn't do anything. The ball went off his hands, and he got a lot of pickup from the vets, the old cats, retired cats. Like, no, don't worry, you're gonna do this shit. He's diving all over the field now. I like that. Like now, and so I think that drop may have been the most pivotal thing that happens to his career, because I think maybe that's a turning point, which it needed to be, because with all that talent and all that speed, it was like, what are you doing for us?
He looks like Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you even look at Tony Gonzalez's career early on in Kansas City, he dropped the rock a lot. His rookie season, he dropped that bitch a lot.
Jerry Rice had drops issues his rookie year too.
He had drops issues. So now I'm saying it's like, but then they had turning points, and then they became who they became. So I was also on should we get rid of this Evan cat? Now I'm like, okay, hold on to him. Hold on. And just get him in the proper situations. And let's see what we can do.
Here's my question about
sold on Slate.
Here's my question about you guys. Does Joe Judge and the new regime in New York, do they embrace the history and the former greats that have worn the Giants uniform and have them around the players? Because there's so many of them. Why wouldn't you?
In the age of Rona, you got to.
Well, yeah.
But I would say yes. I would say absolutely yes.
Because the guy before, who was the idiot before? McAdoo?
McDouchebag.
Yeah, you could tell he didn't.
No, but we even had the one after that, the one who came from fucking Minnesota. I normally take them out of my head. Pat something, I don't know.
Whatever.
He didn't do shit for us anyway. Oh yeah, but McDouchebaggins is the one who ended Eli's streak for fucking Geno goddamn Smith.
All right, so I might have had a hand in that somehow, some way. My 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, because Geno Smith is a former WVU quarterback, and I hate the Giants and Eli Manning so much.
You knew that would hurt Eli.
Yeah.
You had to take that away from him.
I had to. You can't take those two.
Now Phillip Rivers is the second all-time in most stars outside of Brett Favre.
Well,
Eli.
Well, gosh darn it, Phillip.
I know. But yeah, I mean, like, we definitely need pass rusher, because I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Dexter Lawrence. Like, our interior linemen are playing.
What about Leonard Williams? Is he like?
Leonard Williams is playing like he's having his best season of his career.
Imagine that. You get out of underneath Adam Gase and you blossom. It's fucking. How does that happen?
Yeah, he's having the best season of his career. Bradbury's playing Pro Bowl level all season long. And I mean, we haven't even had our rookie Xavier McKinney yet at safety out of Alabama. And you know what else Alabama turns out as safeties? They can't cover worth of shit. They can hit. And they're playmakers. So as long as we employ him correctly, he does have speed too. I'm just eager to see what he could do. And I love the fact that they let Jabril Peppers return the rock. Jabril Peppers was one of the premier return guys in college. He could do it all. I
am a Peppers fan, and
I love it. Finally.
Use him for what he's good at, for Christ's sakes.
Thank you. And that's what we're doing. And that's why I love Joe Judge, because he's old school. He's like, fuck it. Yeah, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing, y'all.
All right, so side note on that, talking about punt returners, before I forget it because I'm high. Tampa Bay has made 2 genius moves this year. And one is making me go to think about the other one. The first one that I wanted to bring up before we get back to your squad is they went and moved Ryan Jensen from center to guard. And Tom Brady didn't really like him as center anyway, because apparently Ryan Jensen is notoriously sweaty-assed. Mm-hmm. Like, notoriously sweaty. Mm-hmm. And then they put some rookie in or whatever at center, and they got smashed, right? Yeah. So this week, they put A.Q. Shipley in at center. And look what they did. Dominated, including a 98-yard run straight up the middle, right behind A.Q. Shipley. So the reason that this is going to be the most underrated signing in the entire NFL is because A.Q. Shipley this is his 3rd Bruce Arians team. So he was with him in Indy and Arizona, and apparently that's why he's there, is because Bruce Arians called him and was just like, "Yo, come on." Just be a backup, and you already know the offense, and he already knows the offense. Mm-hmm. And it just seamless. They just instantly started to excel. And then the other one that I noticed...
They dropped the most points they have all season.
The other one that I noticed, and this is genius, they're letting Antonio Brown return punts.
I love it.
Why the fuck not? Who cares?
And he's missed football. He just wants the ball in his
hand. He's an incredible returner anyway.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. That's what I'm saying. Like, do that.
And it's not. It's
do that.
It's
skill set that not everybody has.
And it's not like the important punt returns either. No, he's their punt returner.
Right.
Because they already had studs at receiver, so now they have this guy returning kicks. I was like, as soon as I saw it, I was just like, oh my god, that's genius. That's what I would have done.
Yeah.
Because even if he gets hurt, who gives a fuck? Bruce Arians don't give a fuck.
You still have Mike Williams and Godwin. Good.
But now you have one of the best returners in the league, and literally the best football players in the league when he's just playing football, returning fucking punts. That is going to play such a huge role down the stretch.
And I hope other teams take note of this. For instance, Odell Beckham with the blonde hair, one of the premier returners in college. We would only put him back there on important plays.
That's what I'm saying. The
when
important
you're down,
one.
When you're down, and then the defense is like, I ain't kicking to you, or maybe I will. Like, okay, whatever. Like you haven't had enough reps to really be in your mojo. Kickoff and punt return, you got to get those reps.
So imagine now mentally, just game plan wise, what that does to whoever you're playing as a punter or a special teams coach when you know, all right, now we have to possibly kick it to Antonio Brown, who even if he just gets a more than average punt return, which is extremely likely, you're now giving a truncated field to Tom Brady in this fucking offense.
Okay. I'll break it down as simple as this. The Bears, they have Cordell Patterson. Never panned out in the league as a receiver, right? Out of Tennessee. But he was with the hoodie, but he was always a premier returner in college. Got with the hoodie, played some running back, showed some promise there. So what happens? Bears have a shit offense, but they still have him returning kicks, right? He takes one to the crib.
That's what is that, 7 or I think 7?
It's tied for all time. Tied.
And like, actually, if you're a numbers guy, Cordell Patterson has if you're a Pro Football Focus, is the highest rating returner of all time.
See what I'm saying? At kickoff, right?
Yeah.
So, he has definitely shown expertise in this area because that's such a definite skill set outside. Like you're not afraid of him at receiver. At running back, he may give you some action, but you're like, eh. But at returner though, this guy's different. This guy's Hall of Fame level.
Devin Hester is the prime example. He literally only had one. They tried him at corner. They tried him at receiver. He had one skill set.
Go at returner. Go.
He made the 100 greatest players of all time list.
As a returner.
And Bill Belichick said, listen, if I have to game plan for you, then you're going to be on this list. And when we played them, you literally had to game plan around him. Not even there, just him. That's incredible.
That's what I'm saying. So you put your best at that position because they know what to do back there. Don't give a shit else what they do. You had an all-pro receiver in Tim Brown doing it for the Raiders for years until they got scared. Football, this gladiator sport, and all of a sudden you're scared to let football players play football, which is all they've done their entire lives. Get out of here. Like, let them play and let them do what they do best.
Well, see, it's you always worry about the usage and the injury aspect, right? So when you have a player that's not even just a football value, it always comes down to finances. When they become financially valuable is whenever you stop letting them return kicks. Because remember, Randy Moss's rookie year, this kid was returning punts.
Mm-hmm.
And then once he
also, remember, before New England started giving money to Edelman, he was returning all those kicks.
Exactly.
And one about him like that.
Exactly.
He was returning them.
Exactly. And it's always a financial thing.
And then all of a sudden he started becoming Tom's best friend at receiver. What happened?
And then, he would go back there if it was important because he's just going to call a fair catch.
It was important.
He's going to call a fair catch, guarantee he's going to catch it, and then that's it. So with Antonio Brown, he's only costing you like $1 million fucking dollars. There is no financial risk whatsoever. And it won't even hurt your team if you lose him. There's nothing to lose from this. You can only gain from this. And you're going to gain field position. And that's just, you're going to get W's. And it's this incredible genius move, and that's why Bruce Arians just don't give a fuck.
Do you remember the human joystick, Dante Hall?
Yeah, of course.
He was getting busy around and back, but he was also still returning kicks too. Like he's still like
that. Who was his coach back then? Because he was just so good at it, you had to let him return it. You had to.
Oh, you absolutely you did.
Because he was such a game breaker. You're like, listen, man, he's going to break this game open by himself. That one,
the human joystick.
I know which one you know. You know exactly which one I'm talking about. Not the punt return where he juked out the entire Denver return team, where he did this thing and went backwards, and they all
he went backwards.
And they all
that backwards move. I incorporated that move into my arsenal. Most definitely. Not as effective.
The other one where he literally ran backwards like 30 yards as
he did this thing. He did this. He went all the way back like that, and then he came back up again.
All the way back, and he wasn't even that fast.
He's fast enough.
Yeah. Fast enough, but
sudden. He had sudden speed and quickness.
But yeah, his like top end speed. He was like me. All right, for the 40, I'm going to run a 4.3. In the 100, I'm not cracking 10. I never even actually cracked an 11 because I stopped running actual track in a sophomore in high school, because that's the last 40 is when I stopped gaining speed a long time ago. I got short legs, man. That's when that stride kicks in. That's why DK Metcalf was able to catch Buda Baker.
My best hundo was 10.4, but I stopped running the 100 and just did like 2s and 4s because I'm 6'3", long legs. Like, and this was at a time. This was before fucking the anomaly that is Bolt. But and I sucked at starting.
See, so that's what I want to ask. A 10.4 is blazing. So what's your best 40 time? That's going to be. It's not. It's going to be.
Oh no, I was 4.3. Yeah, but I still sucked. Like my time, like my start always sucked, and I always picked it up because I had long stride and I could like.
Well, okay, so here's the question: 4.3 what? Because now you.
So my best was 4.34.
Oh, so you got me then, because I ran the 4.36 is the best timed one that I ever had. I'm sure I ran faster than that at some point, as did you. But the actual one that got clocked,
those times, you know what, those, I actually hated when we had to do time day. Like I didn't really like it. I wasn't like, because I didn't get hung up on that shit. I want to know what's popping when we got all the pads on. It's the fourth quarter, and you got to go walk somebody down.
Well, see, I didn't worry about it because I had football speed. I ran the same speed with pads at old grass because I have short legs. I was out. Let's go. I'm out.
That's what I was talking about, because there's like workout. There's like, combine
but studs. I will tell you,
that translate on the field.
In college, I loved that combine shit. I loved it.
It was kind of dope, though.
I loved it.
It's like a big field day.
Yeah, it was awesome. And the only other reason I loved it is, all right, so you know the cone drill. When I took my godson, shout out to Colton, down to Fairmont State University because he plays golf down there, down to go like register and meet the athletic trainers and see the facilities and all that shit. I still, to that day, I don't know, they've had it 2 other seasons since then, am the only person to ever run a sub 4 second cone drill. And when I did it, the guy who was timing it, he was so fucking hyped because he said, I knew you were going to do it. I ran a 3.98 because I'm so short.
Yep. That's a great advantage.
Dude, touching the cone, I literally didn't even have to bend over. My legs are super short. Right? So, dude, I'm still the only runner. And so I loved Combine Day. Dude, I'm running a 4.3, blowing everybody's doors off on the cone drill. Anything that was lateral movement.
Yeah, you would have destroyed me on that cone drill. That was not,
Dude, so low to the grass. That's why I love how the NFL is now with these small slot receivers. Because I was just like, I would have done that. Mm-hmm. That would have been fun. Mm-hmm. But anyway, back to the Giants. We went off on a high tangent right there, and you're not even high.
Yeah, but so like I said, we definitely we're in desperate need of a pass rusher. That's why I was really hoping to get like Chase Young, somebody like that. But it's okay. Lorenzo Carter, he got hurt. It's unfortunate because it looked like he was starting to make strides. You need another playmaking linebacker, and I got to see what Xavier McKinney is all about because I don't know.
Do you have a blocking tight end? That's a good question because I know Ingram's not blocking for shit.
Caden Smith, who we got from the Vikings, who was the previous.
All right, so then the other question that you're going to have to ask yourself is, what's your B running back scenario going to be next season?
Well, here's the thing. You know what? When you making lemonade out of lemons, Saquon getting hurt has shown us quite a bit. We've already had our backup right there all along. You know what I'm saying? Because I've always liked homie we got starting now. But the thing, I mean, think about it. He played with Deshaun Watson, is a national champion. He's a little light in the ass in running back standards, but he always ran hard. It's just that he needed to figure out how to run in the NFL. And so Wayne Gallman, at this point in time in his career, he's figured it out, and you see him now. He runs hard. Wayne Gallman runs fucking hard. He doesn't need to be our pass catching running back. We have Deion Lewis, but like whatever. But he'll hop over the line, like he runs hard as fuck. And so I think you have that. You have that in him because I've seen a couple of runs. I was like, oh, this ain't going nowhere. Oh, but wait a minute. He just got 7 yards he was supposed to be tackled 3 guys ago. And he like keeps working and keeps like hand on the ground. Like he just keeps doing his thing. So I think we got it in Wayne Gallman.
All right,
what happened to Devontae Freeman? Probably just gonna cut his ass.
Yeah, definitely. Especially you always have to factor in the salary cap issues coming up next year. Like that's present in my mind because I've been thinking about it all day. Like, wow, that's really going to change the landscape next year. A lot of players are going to get cut.
We picked up Alfred Morris. We going through like we went through the recycle bin on running backs.
Did you guys call the muscle hamster?
Not yet, but maybe. No, he can't block. No, he can't pick up the blitz.
Nope,
hell no,
not at all. So the only other thing that to me that I think that you would need is an oh shit valve. Like a receiver that kind of just operates space. The daddy dum dum can be like, oh fuck, oh there he is. He's always open. He always finds the spot.
See, we kind of already have that in Sterling Shepard.
Kinda. He's not.
Sterling can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in this kid Alex Mack, who took the place of Golden Taint 2 weeks ago. And he had that game against the Washington, whoever the People's Republic of Washington. So I'm interested to see more of him. But we do, in this last draft, where you had every receiver in the universe who could get busy in the college level, we don't take one. I was disgusted. And like I said, I definitely wanted Michael Pittman Jr. I mean, there was so many. But like at a point where we could have chosen one, I was like, ooh, this is a great spot for Michael Pittman Jr. A big receiver.
Doug Martin.
Needs that.
It was Doug Martin. I had to look it up.
Doug Martin, yes. Thank you.
I had to look it up.
It was driving me crazy.
I had to look it up.
Thank you. Another one I thought was going to end up being a G, and then Tampa scooped him, and then great running. Boy,
he had a one hell of a 18 game run. I'll give him that.
Yes, he did. Now
All right, so yeah, now the future definitely looks bright for the dark blue side of the Meadowlands locker room. That is for sure. Especially because the rest of that division, the future does not look bright for anybody right now. Even for the Washington Football Club, because you can't really base your future on Alex Smith.
No, I don't. You know what? And so one of my cousins is a People's Republic team. He's their fandom. You know what? I'm just gonna call him Chocolate City because that's what Washington is, anyways. Chocolate City. I'm just gonna call him Chocolate City. So Chocolate City, right? At this point, I know Haskins, whatever he was sick with, he's over that shit now.
All right, so didn't Marion Barry, didn't he smoke crack when he was...
Yes, he did.
All right,
he
so...
He got caught 2 times.
All right, so we were going to...
Guess what? Still kept his jab.
We are going to refer to them as the Chocolate City Bigums from now on, because
right.
Dave Chappelle is from there, and
yes,
my favorite character is definitely Tyrone Biggums, so it is the Chocolate City Bigums.
So the Chocolate City Bigums, you gotta listen. You gotta go to Dwayne Haskins, right? You must see what you have in this dude, or else you see what you have, complete the season, and if you have to pull in Arizona and be like, nah, he not it, and go get you another one, then do that. But you can't substantiate that move unless you continue to give him these reps, knowing he only played 1 college season. He only played 1.
Such a stupid decision.
So, I mean, you chose him that high, knowing he only played 1 college season. Does he have arm strength? Yes. Does he have an arm? Yes. Is his motion too long? Yes. Does he hold the ball too long? Yes. But can those things be cleaned up? Yes. So, I mean, you can't have a dude who almost lost his life because he almost lost his leg be your starting quarterback for the foreseeable future.
That's what I said. He's not the future. So what? So for you guys,
put Haskins back in.
So the future. That's what I'm saying. The future for you guys is looking bright, competition-wise, and also because you're going to build a good foundation. So
I love Judge.
Yeah, he's looking good. So another game that I thought was really easy to pick. Both of us picked it, and Colton definitely didn't. The Rams in Seattle. That was an easy one.
Yeah, that was easy.
That was an easy one. The only reason that I picked this one, this was so easy for me. Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
He's going to cover Starscream by himself, which means that you can now double Tyler Lockett or spy Russell Wilson, and they don't have a running game. So, yeah, that was an easy one.
Bang. That's where you nailed it. Yeah. They have no running game.
At all.
They recycled Alex Collins out of the University of Arkansas, Pig Suey, and who did get a touchdown for them. Good looking out for him. I hope he actually gets a job. That dude used to run dumb hard in Arkansas, and he was nice, and he even had some good years in the league. But yeah, Russell has to do that. Now here's the thing. They let all of Russell's sous chefs and dishwashers go. So now Russell has the whole kitchen by himself. So he's like, shit, now I got to cut the shit up. I got to cook the shit, and I got to wash the dishes.
I got all the germs.
I got all the damn germs. I need some help. Yeah, but that defense is
atrocious.
On an all-time track to be the worst. I mean, that's talking big.
Dude,
terrible.
I am now whoever the Seahawks are playing, I'm taking somebody from their offense on FanDuel every week. Somebody's eating, guaranteed.
Terrible. They are so terrible, which just goes against the whole philosophy on which these Pete Carroll Seahawks have been built. Strong running game, strong defense.
So the real question with them is, who was the GM during the Legion of Boom, and where is that guy at now? Because clearly he's not making the same picks anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same guy.
It can't be, because their whole philosophy's changed. So that was the biggest change for them, is the guy building the talent around them. But yeah, so Russ can cook, and that offense could do whatever it wants. But the
He needs the
NFL,
run game.
the NFL was all about matchups.
Yeah.
And this is a matchup nightmare for Seattle because Jalen Ramsey is the only corner in the NFL who's physically built to handle Metcalf by himself, and he did. And then you can worry about whoever else, and whoever that Williams kid is absolutely balled out because Russ kept trying him, and he had 2 picks and 3 pass breakups. So he balled out covering Tyler Lockett, and then you have who they keep saying is going to go down as the best defensive player in the history of football, just destroying the middle with no worry of a run game whatsoever. Like, it's a terrible matchup for Seattle.
Well, I'm gonna need my dude to win at least 2 Super Bowls. I mean, he's won defensive player of the year once.
3 times, I thought.
3 times, but he needs an MVP of the league also.
Yeah.
To then supplant my guy LT, because LT won MVP of the league. So you need to do that. You do that, hey, you got it, homie. Because you know how difficult that is. It's the equivalent of Charles Woodson winning a Heisman in college. They just don't give it to defensive players.
Well, I look at it as he still hasn't even eclipsed J.J. Watt's career to me yet.
Exactly. Like, I still have J.J. Watt career-wise above him. Listen, I remember that draft distinctly. We took Odell Beckham with the blonde hair, and Aaron Donald went next. Or was it flipped? It was like they went one after each other. And I'll be honest with you, I really wanted Aaron Donald. Out of Pitt, I really wanted him. And when we got Odell, I was like, oh, okay. Oh, Odell's nasty. I know him from LSU. Yeah, okay. And I had to explain to some Giants folks who didn't know who he was, what he could actually do. But then I also had to convince him, like, no, he's a good pick. Trust me, it's a hamstring injury. If you were ever fast in your life, you would know what that means. So don't, like, trip right now.
Well, I knew Aaron Donald was an absolute monster since he played at Pitt, and that is the hometown area, and they used to play against WVU all the time. I used to watch Pitt play and be like, yo, who the fuck is this guy, and how the hell did he end up at Pitt? That's the question I always used to ask myself. How did he end up at Pitt? Because Pitt wasn't any good when he was there. He was just good. But he's from there, so he's just another Pittsburgh football player.
He's just a fucking monster. You know who he is? He's like, in terms of, like, getting built, Lyle Alzado without the roids. This guy is just a monster.
I've never seen somebody that's that big that's cut like that. Like, he's like 260, 270 something, however, he's not that heavy.
Right.
Like, realistically, he's not 300 pounds, not even close.
Oh, no, I thought he was like 280.
280, it's the NFL. That means he's about 270 something.
275.
But,
like 265.
dude, he's cut like he's a safety. I was just like, what the fuck is...
Yeah, he's doing like Mr. Olympians, right?
And they also, Sean Oakman, he doesn't count because of that. He never got his chance because of some fake Me Too's. But yeah, he was another freak. That guy didn't make any physical sense. Like, Sean Oakman looked like when you go on Madden or college football and you go and just put the player as big as you can with as much muscles.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like, what is this guy?
Yeah.
But Aaron Donald also has Bo Jackson's strength.
Yes, he does.
And that's just something he's always had, to where he can just basically throw a cow.
So I will mention this person who, I mean, even though I absolutely was not a fan when he was with one team, really became like, I really appreciated their talents once they moved teams. Reginald White, R.I.P. Once he left the Eagles, I was absolutely able to enjoy his skill set with the Packers, where he would take a 300-plus pound man and just excuse them out of the way with the greatest of ease. I've never seen another human being do that to another human being that large with that much ease. He just took his forearm. He just took his forearm and said, "No, see ya."
It was the hand of God. He had God in his back pocket, dude.
I'm talking. It didn't matter how tall you were, how big you were. He just excused the shit out of you, out of his way.
One-handed.
So get the quarterback. One. That's it. That's all he needed. That's all he needed. Most amazing thing I've seen. One of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
I have yet to see that until the Rams against the Cowboys this year. Aaron Donald looked like that because he was literally just throwing people aside.
And this is what I'm saying.
He tackled the quarterback. He tackled Dak with a lineman at this. He would just
like he grabs everybody. Like I'm Pac-Man in this whole situation.
That shit is incredible.
I haven't seen someone do that since Reggie White, and we already know who Reggie White. We already know who Reggie White was and how he got down. So yeah, that's
power and leverage that you're just bored with, and then you just develop it. Like you're just bored with that shit. Imagine what Aaron Donald could. He should be an Olympic shot putter. Oh my God.
Yes, he wins. That's what he does. And that's all he wants to do. When you have your best player on your team say, we soft, just like what Kobe did, Kobe's like, oh, yeah, we Charmin. What they do after that, they won the chip. You have your best player call out everybody like, nah, we soft, and I got to play better and all that. What you going to say? What you going to say? And he's that damn big. What you gonna say to him? Except, yep, you got it. I'm gonna put these extra hours in the weight room. You're right.
Yo, it's crazy because I know he says that in front of the mic, but in the locker room, what he said to them had to have been hilarious. Yo, he's probably like, yo, I'm taking on 3 motherfuckers on every fucking play, and y'all motherfuckers still can't do shit.
And you can't. And he said it with his drawers off, so his swammy's just swinging. You ain't shit you can say to him. You're not gonna fight him because he's big as hell, and his swammy's swinging. You ain't gonna fight him. You ain't gonna get anywhere near him. You're gonna be like, yeah, you're right. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and leave right now because there's a lot going on right now. I'm gonna go ahead and leave.
Yo, you ever watch the Thor Ragnarok?
Mm-hmm.
You know when incredible when the Hulk is in his like hotel room or whatever, and he's walking, he gets out of the hot or out of the bath, and he's just walking around. Yeah, that's Aaron Donald in the locker.
Something. So yeah, so you just not going. You there's no debating. There's no debating a dude like that. You just don't. You just like, you know what? Got it, homie. You're right. You got it. I'm gonna do better.
All right. So for those of you that have never been in a football locker room, it's a very unique place because you're talking about it, especially in college, about 100 fucking people jammed into that place. In the NFL, you're looking at practice squad, included about 60 some people. Dude, in every locker room, there's that one guy on the team that when he's walking around, it's whatever. Yeah, what you got it, homie? What do you want to listen to? Yeah, you got the aux cord. It's on you. You need my towel? Here's 3 of them. Keep them. I don't even need them.
You need them all.
Yeah, there's just always that one that you're just. And here's the funny thing, though. They're usually terrible at football.
A lot of times, yes.
They're only there because they're that fucking big, and the coach is just like, man, if I could just turn this into something.
But when they're also good.
That's when you get Aaron Donald.
Player on the team.
Yeah, that's when you get Aaron Donald. Like, that dude is it's incredible. It's very rare that me as a skill, especially being a quarterback watcher like I am, to watch a defensive lineman whenever I'm watching a game. But just I literally watch him because just like, all right, I want to watch the best player on the field be the best player on the planet at what he's doing.
Well, I'll tell you this. You know what really got me on to defensive linemen? Old school shit. NFL films.
Yeah.
Steve Sable. And one. I mean that shit literally changed my whole trajectory. That's how I got onto Gale Sayers. Changed my number to 40. It was on and popping. But my favorite defensive end at the time was Ray Nitschke. Played for the Green Bay Packers, number 66. And this dude could not be blocked. Tall, he was real tall, lanky, strong as hell though. And I was like, man, they can't do nothing with this dude. Like, he just always finds a way to figure it out to stop your offense. And so I was always tuned in to like especially defensive ends. The interior linemen too, but like Deacon Jones, like all these old school, the Purple People Eaters, Jim Marshall, you know what I'm saying, all them. And so then I got to learn defenses, and I got to just learn who these people were, and then what their position was, and how they functioned in order to make the whole, how they function in their cog to make the whole a special unit. And I mean, this is what I'm saying.
You want to know what's funny?
Like, we need a pass rusher in order to really help our linebackers.
Because you understand football. You understand football as a whole and how each piece complements each. You get it. So that's why you get it. So for me, understanding the importance of defensive linemen and whatnot came from playing Madden, because everybody you ever play is going to pick a defensive lineman. Unless they're an expert and then they take a safety so that they can dictate the game, which is what I always did. I want to make plays. What the fuck are you, a defensive lineman, just trying to rush the quarterback? So you would always have to know, all right, who'd they pick and who do they have at D lineman that they're always going to take and try to fucking rush the quarterback. And then I really never really paid attention that much. I mean, all right, so D lineman coming from West Virginia, where they're always going to run the ball in high school, D linemen were a thing, but college football, D linemen would dominate. I remember John Henderson at Tennessee literally looked like a gladiator amongst children.
Another Jaguar.
Do you remember, I don't know if you remember, but there was a play, I don't know who they were playing, I just remember it, that there was a play action, and the quarterback, when he did his play action and he turned around, John Henderson was on his way to him untouched, and he literally just dropped into the fetal position on the ground and curled up on the ball. And he just stood over him like Ali over top of Liston, standing there. And he looked like Gronk. He was so much bigger. But
because he was 6'7", 6'8" also.
In college, he was so gigantic.
Yeah.
So you're always and then Daryl Talley went to WVU. So, you know, like, you have some of the history, whatnot, locally.
Cool.
And then, but Warren Sapp was the first one that made me pay attention, because I was just like, oh, who's this fat little round guy who was dominating?
He was coming out as a tight end. I mean, to just talk about the skill set that he had. He was coming out as, he went to Miami as a tight end.
His footwork was incredible.
And he ended up as one of the most dominant defensive tackles of all time. And he went in as a tight end. Just show you the skill set that this guy has.
Yeah, impeccable footwork. He would be great on Dancing with the Stars.
I think he was on there.
It would make sense, because his footwork,
I believe he was on there.
To be that big, I only remember one other player being that big with footwork like that, and that's Vince Wilfork. Because Vince Wilfork was even bigger with just ballet-like footwork.
I was about to say, he was even bigger.
That was a big motherfucking dude, man. Vince Wilfork was pushing 400 pounds.
Other Miami cat. Yeah.
Another dude who had really soft hands. Soft, but Warren...
Yeah.
Warren Sapp was the first D lineman, not DN, because DNs are always stars. It's a big contract player. You know, if you can get 10 sacks in a season, you're going to make a ton of money, right? Sure. Even if you don't have a good run game at all. They'll put you in on third down only, and you're still going to make $20 million a year or something retarded, right? But yeah, Warren Sapp really. But now, the game is a little bit different, especially with the RPOs. You kind of, it's not more. That whole nose guard thing that used to be from the 80s and 90s doesn't even exist anymore.
Jim Burt.
It doesn't even exist.
My favorite.
Yeah. You put a DN, they slide down into the middle, and then a linebacker comes down to the edge now. So
Well, then, like, in the whole, I'm not saying that the G's started it, but what I'm saying is that the whole NASCAR package, where,
Belichick started it.
well, he was with the G's, so yes, he did this with the
I
G's.
can't. I'm trying. The growth is slow, homie.
In his earlier machination, he was doing this shit.
I can't give you all. I can't give him too much credit in one episode.
I know, but just interchangeable. Like,
Yeah.
fuck that. You go in, you go out, you go. It doesn't matter.
All right, so here's I'm gonna.
Maybe at the quarterback, that's what you do.
I'm going to admit something to you. So, one of the reasons that I was so quick to become a Patriots fan, outside of the fact that I actually lived in Boston and went to college there and got you. If you've ever been to Boston, it is the most sports central city on the planet. Whatever sport is in season, the entire city and all surrounding states are all about it. It doesn't matter. And they're all successful, though, so I get it.
You know who I give a good nod to? Seattle.
Yeah, that's another one.
Because they have like Jersey Friday. I was out there and everybody was wearing a Seattle Seahawks jersey.
Yeah, but see, Boston, it's whatever sport. Hockey, baseball, football, it doesn't basketball,
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well,
but
you have all the sports. You have all the sports, so yeah.
One of the reasons it was so easy is because I've always been a Belichick fan.
Right.
So back when the Giants, when I was a kid, I'm not going to say, because when you're a little kid, you just like whoever's winning. You know how that is. Because I could not like the Steelers as the local team because my older brother liked them so much I just couldn't do it. So as a little kid, when I first started getting into football, you just like whoever's winning, right?
Well, I mean, you do, but you also like the underdog who your either older sibling or your father.
This guy is completely different than everybody else, but they're also, I was able to recognize at a very young age, they are also utilizing him completely different than everybody else is using anybody else in the league. Who is this guy? So, start paying attention to Bill Belichick at a very early age because I've always been into the mental side of football. And so when he's the coach, I'm just like, well, I already like this guy. And I am a fan of the Parcells coaching tree, of all of the coaching trees of the by far. His coach, all the coaches who have gone, those are the types of coaches that I would like to play for.
Absolutely.
Arians and Andy Reid and all that, you might be successful and it's going to be fun, but I'm there to win.
You put up some yards, you'll get a lot of West Coast bullshit. That's fine.
Nah, we're there to win, man. We're there for one reason, and that's
we gonna thump. We gonna figure this shit out. Like, we're gonna match up, and we're just gonna like make it. You don't, and that's the thing. And people are surprised with Belichick and like Tom Brady winning with any sort of lineup. That's where he came from. Like, Bill, we were the opposite. We had a running game because we had Joe Morris. We had no notable receivers. We had Phil McConkey. Okay? We had Lionel Manuel.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
Yeah, we had Phil McConkey.
Yeah. Ooh,
Right.
God.
We had Lionel Manuel.
That is the most obscure NFL player I have ever. That's the Sadal Threet of the NFL.
Sadal Threet. I love it. But Phil McConkey ended up becoming a U.S. senator. You know what I'm saying? Like Anthony Gonzalez from the Colts.
Bill Bradley face ass.
And then he just decided he needed to become a senator to decide people's life decisions. Okay, great. So Zeke Mowat. Like, we didn't have like, you know what I'm saying, like a kill. We ran the rock. We ran on first down. We ran on second down. I mean, we had Mark Bavaro, thank God. And then like maybe Mark Bavaro might get it on third down, but we ran and then we played defense. And then we had Raina Thompson, who was our gunner, who was the best special teamer. So here's the thing: we had Raina Thompson.
Did you have Dave? Did you have
Dave?
Dave?
Who reminds me of Raina Thompson? Matthew Slater. That he was our Raina Thompson. Raina Thompson was like going to the Pro Bowl every year.
And you see how important special teams
Matthew Slater
is.
was that. And so Matthew Slater may end up sneaking fuck around. Matthew Slater might end up sneaking into the Hall of Fame.
Well, if you're going off of individual, because they always said that that Steve Tasker should be in the Hall of Fame. Well, I think Matthew Slater is a better version of that, and he's done it. He's done it at the highest of level, on the biggest of stages, and has the success that Steve Tasker never got because the Bills never won a Super Bowl.
Matthew Slater, I'm honest with you, like on the real, I'm like, yo, dude is a Hall of Famer. Like, in my eyes, he's a Hall of Famer. He
is the best special teams player that is not a returner or kicker who has ever played football.
Boom.
Easy.
Period. And my guy before that was Raina Thompson. So I have Matthew Slater, there's Steve Tasker, Steve Tasker and Raina Thompson are like right there because Raina Thompson actually helped us win a chip.
See.
Yeah. So I mean, I that's what I'm saying. When you are so ill at your position, it's hard for me to not. Just like they let a kicker, like they finally let a kicker go into the Hall. I mean, it's crucial. Like if they helped you win crucial games, and we see how not having a kicker is devastating Tennessee.
Well, that trend will change because the kicking game has definitely changed. You got there's a guy 61 yards, 59-yard game winner. Like these punters are doing things. That it's completely different now.
Well, with the watermelon kicks or whatever the fuck they call them now, I don't even know.
Pat McAfee has turned special teams into a thing, but Adam Vinatieri will retire, and they shouldn't even wait the 5 years.
Automatic.
He should have his gold jacket hanging in his locker already.
That's not even a question.
And you know what's funny is he's not. Statistically, he's not even close to being the best kicker of all time. Yes, the longevity has got you points, but percentage-wise, not even close. It's just when it counts.
It's more like Gostowski.
Yeah, but when it counts, woo, it's going in. It's going in.
And we're talking about all-weather situations.
There will never be a greater kick in NFL history than the snow kick, 42 yards in a blizzard in 6 inches of snow with the AFC Championship on the line.
Yep. That Raiders team, they win the chip. They win the chip if they're in. If they're in, they win the chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do they? Do they? That's the funny thing. Do they go on and beat that Rams team?
You don't think so?
No, because I don't think the Raiders are smart enough to do what Belichick did. They're just like, listen, all we're going to do is as soon as they blow the whistle, we're going to punch everybody in the face, and every time you see Marshall Faulk, hit him. I don't care if he's got the ball, if he doesn't. That was the whole game plan. We're just going to beat them up. They're all small.
And you know where that came from? That came from when the G's faced the Bills, and we absolutely knew they had a way better offense. They were just better. So they were like, you know what? Hit everybody. Well, especially these receivers. Hey, whatever Thurman's going to do, he's going to do. But we're going to fuck these receivers up. If you ask Andre Reed to this day, what is the toughest game he's ever played in his life?
Guaranteed.
It's going to be that Super Bowl against the G's.
Dude.
They destroyed him. And I give him mad props because he caught passes and he got fucked up.
If you go back and watch that Patriots and Rams, just watch the highlights. You don't even have to watch the game itself. But in order to see it happen, you actually have to watch the game. How many players would have gotten personal foul penalties and thrown out of the game for the things that they were doing to the Rams skill players who didn't have the ball? Any chance getting smacked face to face, I'm taking it. There were penalties thrown, but not too many. They were calculated risk. It was all worth beating them up until they just couldn't take it, and it worked. And that shit is dope, man. That's just massive. They did the same thing to a limited degree against the Rams in the Super Bowl, and they held them to 3 fucking points by just basically physically eliminating the offense. because the Rams like to do play action and everything's based off of that, and all they did is collapse the pocket on every play action and just keep destroying the running back over and over and over, and then play action was out the door. All right, game plan's over, we win. Built the hoodie, man, Jesus.
The hoodie.
See, though, so yeah, that long-winded talk right there. I've always been a Giants admirer because of
Giants adjacent.
And then you also look at organizationally. I love organizations that are run well. You always have to admire like the Steelers, the Giants, the Patriots, these teams because they're always competitive because they're just run well. Even though I hate the Ravens, you do have to respect. Well, now I don't anymore because Ozzie Newsome isn't there. So I don't have to give them their front office respect.
Yes, true. Ozzie gave that whole organization big respect. Big. And to think about it, that could have been in Cleveland, but the city didn't want to give Art Modell his stadium. But then the city then gave another owner its stadium. That's what I'm saying. Like, these cities think that these teams just like playing like that. They're like, oh, you think you're the only city? Like, there's another city that wants this bad. Like, and that the same shit happened in Houston. Like, you think I gotta stay here? Bud Adams was like, oh, for real? Oh, not. Tennessee is like right there, and they really want this. Are you sure? All right, peace.
So here's a good question.
Houston didn't have football until, guess what? Until Houston had football again, because the people are like, what do you mean we don't have a football team? Like, you can't have a football team in a spot and then take it away and then not expect the people who go, like, this is how you keep families together. Like, you're like, we don't have a place to go to watch football. You better fix it.
In Texas?
So whoever's been elected, you better fix it.
Yo, so
like, whoever's elected, they need to get that shit in there.
So here's
They'll pay the taxes.
So here's a good question on that. Is there a team in the NFL that might leave where they're at? I mean, outside of the Chargers or the Rams. The Rams aren't leaving. That's an LA team. That's an LA all through and through. That's Sean McVay. They're just already, no matter what happens, the Chargers are the B team. So what's another team? Because San Antonio is a city that needs a football team.
Brought up the worst city.
No, but they would support it.
And everybody knows this. I can't stand San Antonio.
Well, they would.
You got a basketball team. You could.
They would support it though.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I will say this, and I think that's why San Antonio, whatever that college was, that Davenport, who's on the Saints now, came from, and they actually are they are very good. So actually, there is evidence that team would be supported because there's shit going on in San Antonio.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but it's not if it's not basketball season, ain't shit going on.
So
ain't shit going on.
Let me ask you something because I know nothing of Texas. What's the other big cities that are like around San Antonio geographically that would also, if you put it kind of like in between them, then they would both support it? Is there nothing out there?
It's San Antonio and Austin. So you would have Austinites and San Antonians that would go to this game.
You know how like San Francisco was actually based in Santa Clara, and then New England is out in Foxborough.
You would have cats from Austin and cats from San Antonio because Austin and San Antonio is an hour away.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Then they would support that. But which team in the NFL is outside of Jacksonville is struggling to support its team?
Well, and mind you, yes, is Texas big enough to house 3 NFL teams? Yes. From north to south, Texas is 18 hours long by car. So yes, you could. But these 3 teams now look at the situation. Dallas, here, northernmost of these teams. Dallas from Houston is, depending on who's driving, anywhere from 3 to 4 hours away. Houston to either Austin or San Antonio, depending on who's driving. To Austin, 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half. To San Antonio, 2.5 hours, 3 hours away. So we're talking about just 4 hours in which you have three major NFL teams away from each other. It's just not. I mean, Texas does have the population, I guess, to support it, but it's just not sound.
Well, what California's got 3 teams, right? 2 teams in LA, and then the Niners.
Well, which is hours away, which fine, it works. You have 2 teams in one place, right?
Well, see, look, the Raiders left Oakland because they were just across the water from San Francisco.
Right.
So
and they pieced out. They were like, "Fuck that, we're going to Las Vegas." So you gotta have. So like the G's and the Jets, they share the same place. Okay.
Well, then Buffalo's way up in Buffalo, and that's
New York State. That's not New York City. It's New York State.
That's more like another Green Bay team where that town supports that team.
Yeah, right. So like you get all that shit up there.
Well, what about Florida? How many teams are in Florida? There's Miami, Tampa Bay,
and Jacksonville. So you got 3.
See, Jacksonville's the most likely to go because they keep talking about them going international first.
Right, like going to London and all that. So,
or Mexico.
Which is actually, I'll be honest with you, outside, like, I would actually choose Mexico over London.
100%.
First of all, it's over here. Still North America. And you know how many motherfucking Mexicans love football? Yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Hell yeah. That shit would do fucking amazingly over here. Huge. And let me tell you something. When I was playing semi-pro ball out in Houston, there was this one cat. He played defensive end, defensive tackle. His last name was Gonzalez. I just used to call him Beast. He used to also train pit bulls. He never really talked a lot. He just didn't. He was one of those cats. He had a beautiful girlfriend. Girlfriend was a dime. Would show up at practice all the time, and we would kind of like look, but then like not look too hard, especially when he was around. And because he always would have like pit bulls, and then like train pit bulls after practice, with the whole full gear and all that. It was like, oh yeah, you different. And he never really spoke too much. And I was like, oh yeah, you like low key a serial killer. All right, I get it. And he. So like this semi-pro squad, like we had some ballers. The defensive captain was like one of the last cuts for the Dallas linebacker, and so like this kid ended up making it to the Texans training camp, and he was one of the last cuts. And honestly, I thought that he should have made the squad. I mean, just because he was just a silent assassin. And one season we had an all-star game, and I made the all-star team, and we played out in Mexico. Unfortunately, though, not a lot of our players were able to make it down there. And he was playing for the Mexico squad, and they destroyed. Let me tell you something. They destroyed. They murdered our squad. There's boys down there who play. They play.
Well, also the Raptors.
Let me tell you something. They would love a team down there, and they would support it wholeheartedly. And let me tell you something. The pregame will be off the hook.
Oh my!
Let me get that food. That pregame food.
Ooh, tailgating like a motherfucker.
That pregame drink. That tailgate would be off the chain. I don't even know if you would make it to the game. That tailgate would be so off the hook.
The tequila would be flowing, homie. Oh my god.
Shit.
It would be fun. Well, Toronto, the Raptors have already proven that if you place a team in a country and they have some on-field / court success, that the entire country is going to support them, not just the city they're in.
Juice. All you need is some juice. That's it. You just need a little juice.
And
Drake is willing to give you Kawhi Leonard didn't have to pay for shit when he was in Toronto. He's a millionaire. But there were stores he would walk into, they wouldn't allow him to pay. Okay, so we got to think about that. Like, people who have money, they should pay. People who don't have money, like, hey, give us a break. But he was doing so much for the psyche of the country, because building them up, because they look good because they have a great basketball squad. The people there, they wouldn't let him pay. Drake was like, you don't even have to pay for your place. I got you. Like, don't worry about it. Just stay here and help us win more chips. That's all you need to do.
Well, the travel logistics on them just being in Mexico City would be so much easier than the whole London thing.
Oh, then having to go over to London and then the whole time change is 5 hours difference.
Really tried to push that European angle instead of going down south and just pushing the Mexican. I would go down to Mexico City. You're right. They would support the shit out of that.
Support the shit out of a team down there.
And, oh my God, you're right. The tailgating. And, dude, host a Super Bowl down there instantly.
Listen.
Instantly.
The millions of spring breaks they've hosted. You think they won't host a fucking Super Bowl party down there?
Well,
a Super Bowl week?
The stadium because the Niners always seem to go down there when they would play in Mexico City for some reason. Yeah. And like Jacksonville always goes to London. When they would play down there, this stadium holds like 110,000 people or something. So, yeah, total.
The Chargers also would go down there, too.
See,
all the West. Yeah.
And the Chargers were actually considering the Mexico move before the LA thing, and they should have actually just made it happen. And honestly, they still
because they're right there.
They still could.
They could.
Just be like, no, you could have LA, and when you go down to Mexico City, you could still have all of your legacy Chargers fans will still be there because you're right there.
And also think about it. You're starting with a young, hot quarterback.
Perfect.
You clearly need a new running back situation. Clear. We understand that. Your tight end situation, Hunter Henry, if he could stay healthy, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, you got receivers. You have defensive line.
And we keep forgetting Hobie and the safety that's not playing this year because of the injury.
Derwin James. You got him. You have, and they love hitting. They love defense down in Mexico. Trust me on this one.
Oh yeah, Herbert's hair is great too. It'll work.
Oh yeah, work. It's the perfect plan if because LA Chargers, it's just not like whatever. If you take that shit to Mexico, I'm all aboard. I'm all about it.
Los Chargers.
The Rams are more LA.
Yeah.
The Rams are actually more LA.
100%.
They really are. Especially with their lineup. The least LA guy on the Rams is Aaron Donald. But everybody else is LA as fuck on that team. But you take the Chargers, they San Diego, they Southern California, they Mexico all the way. All the way.
That would be incredible. I would
definitely do that.
I can't wait till it happens because Roger Goodell probably watches this show. So what's funny is why I say that is because a lot of things that we talk about clearly just because we're smart about football. So these are obvious things to other people who are smart about football, like Cleveland. Why are you guys running play action and getting Baker outside of the pocket like he used to do? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Same thing with the Giants. Well, wow, he's really fast. Why are you run that guy? What are you doing? You don't have a running back anymore. Just run him. These are easy things, right? Easy decisions. That Mexico one, though, the Chargers one, somebody's going to watch. The reason I bring that up is so I did an interview for a podcast, and the guy asked me, who do I want to work with that I haven't worked with, and I was like, nobody. I've reached the point in my career I don't want. I'm good. I did it all. I'm good. And I said, but the only person that I would work with, because he's the only rapper that's capable of making the type of music that I want to make, is Cormega. So 3 days after that, Mega hits me and he's just like, yo man, somebody sent me the interview and I really appreciate the words, homie, blah blah blah. And I was just like, yo, that's fucking crazy. How How? So you never know. It's crazy. You never fucking know. So Roger Goodell.
Put it out in the universe, man.
Yeah, Roger Goodell, move the Chargers, let them go down to Mexico City, set that shit up when the Roni is.
Mexico would build that shit. I guarantee you, they would be one of the most profitable franchises in the entire NFL, bar none.
They would be huge.
I guarantee you that.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, so, all right, so let's move forward to what we got coming up this week. Interesting game because it's divisional on Thursdays. This is a Thursday game I'm actually going to be really interested in. Hail Murray and D-Hop against Russell and himself, basically.
Ooh,
we already know DK is going to eat up Patrick Peterson because we saw what Stephon Diggs did to him. So,
well, right. Well, here's the thing: is Chris Carson going to be back? I need to know what Seattle's running game is going to be. If Seattle doesn't have a running game to help chew clock,
it's over.
And it's just going to be Russell the Love Muscles show. I don't give a fuck what he has on the menu. That food is going to be cold by the time it hits your table.
Yo, so, D-Hop might have 300 yards.
Oh, last time I saw that was Julio Jones.
Yeah, he might actually hit 3. They might do it on purpose. Like, him and Kyler might talk about it. Be like, yo, fuck it, let's just see it. That's going to be an interesting one. I will take Arizona right now because these two teams are going in opposite directions. And I don't know what the spread is on that. I'll have to look that up. But straight up, I would look at Arizona because when you win the way that they just won, you're only going to just keep riding that high.
Your confidence is on 1,000,000.
They were looking at Kyler Murray like, you can do anything. I believe in you.
And Patrick Peterson said even earlier this year, like earlier this year, they were like, oh. He looked at Kyler Murray. He was like, "Oh yeah, that guy. He can accomplish anything. I could see him winning a Super Bowl for us."
Yeah,
that's what Patrick Peterson said about Kyler Murray. I didn't hear him say that about Josh Rosen. He most definitely said that about Kyler Murray, though.
I did see that.
I thought it was very interesting.
I did see that, and now you see it, especially pulling that off. And here's the funny thing about it, right? So Kyler Murray makes the throw, and he's so short that the defender who was breaking in on him before the throw is standing in front of him, and he can't even see the throw finish, and so he turns around and he watches the throw finish on the Jumbotron.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is hysterical to me.
New age. It's a whole new age.
But when you have arm talent like that, who cares?
Dope.
Who cares?
He's always had quarterback coaches since he was 8th grade.
Yeah, Doug Flutie used to do it when it was impossible to be that small. And Doug Flutie was out there getting busy.
And it was the biggest mistake for the Bills to start Rob Johnson in front of him, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, so, all right. So, Philly at Cleveland. That's easy. Cleveland. Philly sucks.
They suck, yes.
Yeah, and Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. That's easy. That's easy. And you know what? Honestly, with Odell out, that allows Rashard Higgins to slide over and be more of a bigger picture, which he has been. So, Atlanta at New Orleans. No Drew Brees. Oh, we did not talk about that. Cracked ribs on both sides and a collapsed lung. His career might be over if it's not.
I'm just lucky to still be breathing.
If it's not, if he
in the age of Rona. The last thing you want is for your lungs to be compromised. So, yeah, it's looking like crab legs Winston is taking over.
All right, so let me ask you this scenario: if Famous Jameis goes in and he stakes it up, and then Michael Thomas ends up knocking him out one game after he throws like 4 picks, because it will happen. And then they have to put Taysom Hill in at quarterback, and now they lose their gadget player, and that slows their offense down to basically Alvin Kamara and Michael Thomas, and that's basically it. And they go with a losing.
They throw to each other. I mean,
and then they go with say they lose like 4 out of their last 6 and end up not making the playoffs or something.
So here's an interesting thing. As New Orleans Saints' defense has started to improve, and they even added pieces to help them improve, now their offense is going in the opposite direction. I would say this. If you're relying on Taysom Hill to be your franchise quarterback, I'm sorry, you are wrong.
It's not gonna, he's perfect. It's so Taysom Hill is lit. Sean Payton needs to learn a lesson and go back and watch Cordell Stewart.
Yes.
Because Taysom Hill is literally Cordell all over again. Leave him at what he does, which is everything.
But Cordell had way more arm talent.
Well, Cordell did throw that 72-yard bomb in a game.
Yes.
It was retarded.
So you are squarely relying on crab legs right now, which at this point you're probably like, fuck, we really wish we had Teddy Bridge.
No, you're actually relying on Alvin Kamara to do everything for you.
Well, right. And I'll give crab legs this. One of his first passes, he absolutely threw to Alvin Kamara, like a good pass to him. I was like, all right, you know where the bread is buttered. Okay. So here's the thing. If crab legs can stay within the parameters,
he going to need that garlic. He need that garlic butter sauce.
I know. But hopefully, I don't know if it's been a long enough tutelage.
Nope.
If he knows how to stay within the parameters, I know, because he's still trying to eat.
Yeah,
I know. But because he does have arm talent.
Yes.
And he can get shit done. But he has to just stay within the parameters.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is? All right, so he has arm talent that worked with Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and then before Chris Godwin, there was somebody else who was big and dope for a while. So that's easy when you got those guys. You just throw it up to them. They kind of bail you out a lot. So he doesn't have that, not even the closest
he needs to
version.
stay on schedule.
Dude,
so he needs to actually run an offense and not just kind of just wing it.
He
actually has to run a thing.
He has what is probably the slowest receiving core in the NFL at his disposal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it's not.
I mean, outside of their return dude, little 5'3" dude, who is fucking blazing fast.
I mean, that's not any. Emmanuel Sanders can play football, but he's not. He's not like, oh my god, that guy's fucking fast.
Right. No.
So the real question is if they go on a losing streak and don't make the playoffs, does Drew Brees retire? Or does he be like, I can't end like that?
I mean, if I'm Drew Brees, there's nothing else for New Orleans you can do. You've done it all.
You won a chip in New Orleans, dude. Are you kidding me?
Post Katrina, you've done it all, my dude. And people would salute you. They're like, listen, you gave your all to us. You had cracked ribs and a collapsed lung during the age of Rona. I'm telling you, people out there would be like, Drew, chill.
He's going to get a statue outside of the stadium.
42 years old, my dude. Chill out. You did it. Thank you, baby. They would just say thank you. New Orleans would say thank you, and it's we'll figure it out from here.
I'll say thank you. It was incredible, dude.
I'll say thank you. Yeah.
I learned
when he was like this as he was leaving San Diego. He was like this, and no one ever thought he would ever play again. I mean, I would really have loved to see Drew with LaDainian, because I'm thinking that the whole San Diego story would be different.
They would have won a chip. Now, I did learn something about football from Drew Brees, and he, the good quarterbacks throw receivers open, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Drew Brees would literally throw the ball into bad receivers' eyes. So he said he would never aim for the numbers. Aaron Rodgers is a big proponent of hands catchers, so he can put it in places that only they can get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with Drew Brees, what he said is, so basically if it's a receiver, he should put it very nicely, that doesn't really watch the ball in, that he would his aiming point was to throw it into their eyes, so he would make them watch it into their hands. And I was just like, God damn, that is so fucking smart. Because with bad receivers, bad quarterbacks won't do that. They're throwing in. They're expecting them to make those catches, and they don't.
So what he did was he created possession receivers.
Yeah.
He created possession receivers.
And now he has the ultimate possession receiver at his disposal, which is Michael Thomas, who is literally Michael Irvin 2.0.
Oh my God,
this guy's catch percentage is
Michael Irvin. He's Michael Irvin.
Dude, his completion percentage is something in the high 90s.
Oh yeah,
that is
when he throws to him.
Retarded.
No.
For somebody who's not fast.
If you really think about the time when Keyshawn was dominating, and I remember that time very vividly, because he did play us, and he had damn near $200 on us. Yeah, pretty much. He destroyed us. And was number 1 overall and all this hoopla. Keyshawn wasn't fast
at all.
Keyshawn was just dominant. He wasn't fast though, by no stretch of the imagination. But he was just like, I'm gonna catch this, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Well, okay, so
there's Debo. So Michael Thomas definitely does have that Debo in him.
Yeah, he does. So, but there's a factor now that you talk about Keyshawn Johnson, and Michael Thomas is one of them. I'm trying to think of other ones who excel at this, and that's why they were able to play well when they're just not that fast at all. And you're like, what the fuck? And Todd Anderson, the receiver that in college that I played with and practiced against all the time, was like this because he only ran like a 4.6, but he always caught it. Like, so it's, I would say I would label this as hand quickness. Mm-hmm. All right, so there are receivers that the quarterbacks know, and there are very few of them, that I can throw this 7 yards before he even turns around, because when he does, even if it is right here, he can react and still catch it. And there's very few that can actually. Michael Thomas is excellent at that. That's why he's able to be so slow and get so many catches, because he has hand quickness. And it's that from here to here, instantaneous, and still make the catch, which is hand sensitivity, because you're actually not watching the ball in. It's more of a reaction, which is how I always caught the ball, was the reaction type. You know, so with Drew Brees, that's why they accept.
I need you to hold that thought. I'll be right back.
Hand quickness, y'all. I think I might be the first one to ever talk about it. This is an underrated trait. Torrey Holt had really good hand quickness. Brandon Lloyd, excellent hand quickness. Larry Fitzgerald, obviously. AJ Green, DeAndre Hopkins. Let's see, how many can I name before Carrie gets back? Keyshawn Johnson, even though we already talked about him. Shit. Chris Carter. Oh. Yo, Flea, Brandon Lloyd is the most underrated acrobatic wide receiver who has ever played. Every single catch he made was absolutely retarded. Yeah, Chris Carter was the original, I guess. Because he definitely wasn't fast. Michael Irvin.
Hand quickness.
Hand quickness. Yo, so I was trying to run through as many that I could think of that excelled at hand quickness. Torrey Holt, Larry
Ooh.
Fitzgerald.
Oh, Larry, of course, not fast,
Um,
but yes,
yeah.
strong runners.
Um,
Honestly, so was Jerry Rice. I mean,
yeah.
we give a lot of credit to Jerry Rice's run after the catch, but he ran a million slants throughout his career. He most definitely had hand quickness. Yes.
Chris Carter,
Yeah.
the
Of course.
original quick hands. I'm slow as shit, but I'm still getting open.
Best hands.
And then a gray matter all star, Brandon Lloyd.
Brandon Lloyd.
You know
it. Yes, he is. Oh my God.
See, you have to be a real football fan to know about Brandon Lloyd.
Love that guy. Oh man, love that guy.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison is another good one. He made it to the Hall of Fame.
But Marvin Harrison also had speed.
In his early years, he did.
In his early years, he did. But then also, here's another thing, because we talked about sudden quickness with Kyler Murray. Marvin Harrison was very quick because he was a slight dude, and so when DBs would try to jam him off the line, they were thinking speed, but not realizing how actually quick he was.
Yeah.
Because his playing weight was like a $188, 192. He was a slight dude, 6 foot, 6'1". He was slight, so he was fast and he was very quick.
And
people played him for his speed, but they didn't think about his quickness.
And he had a funny body type to be fast, so he didn't look like he was running fast.
It didn't look like it, but he really truly was, and he'd also shoot you. But that's
So the funny thing is, I remember when he was former Big East teams. Have to watch Big East teams. When he was at Syracuse, I always used to watch him and be like, "Yo, why is he dominating? Why can't they stop this guy? He doesn't." He's small and he doesn't look like he's running faster than anybody. I don't understand this.
With a full mustache at 17 years old.
The grown man mustache.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, grown man.
I got the 45 and the lack. I will shoot you mustache.
yeah. He definitely had the T.J. Hooker mustache at 17 years old.
Yo, and the speaking of the all quick hands team, Reggie Wayne.
Oh, Reggie. Okay, so as we look at these teams in this day and age, and we look at receiving tandems, I want you, this is your homework, find me a tandem that you could legitimately say, I have a number one receiver and I have a 1A receiver. When you have two number ones on the same squad and they're just both balling. You had that with Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, who were two legitimate number ones. Because even after Marvin Harrison left, Reggie Wayne was still number one. You knew Reggie Wayne was going to get the ball, and guess what? You couldn't do shit about it.
All right,
there was shit you could do to stop them.
I'll give you a couple examples. The first one I could think of is Stallworth and Lynn Swan.
Look how far back you gotta go.
All right, and then
that's when they wasn't even throwing the rock that much.
Well, I'm just talking about two legitimate ones on the team in the same one.
Yes.
Let's see. Keenan McCardle and Jimmy Smith.
Okay.
In Jacksonville.
Okay.
Herman Moore and we always forget his name.
Johnny Morton?
Johnny Morton.
Do you think Johnny Morton was a real number one though?
No, I just wanted to see if we could remember Johnny Morton's name. You got me on that one. God damn it. No, and then Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt. That's about the only ones I can ever think of.
Okay, I'll give you Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt. But what I'm saying is
one more.
It's harder to think about than what you think.
Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden.
Ooh, yes.
When Larry they were both young and together, it was just like, oh my God, this is unstoppable.
So yes.
Very rare though.
What I'm saying is, it's a rare situation when you get two number one receivers on the same squad playing at the same time. And if you really notice, all those teams that we noticed had two number ones, They all won the chip
Of
some
course.
point, or got really close, or they were in the game to win the chip.
Arizona literally is
Should have won that chip.
a ball. If that ball is this much shorter or this much farther, it either gets tipped or Santonio Holmes doesn't
But
catch
not
it and
even
get both
talking about
toes
that's
down.
not the game that made that game. It was the James Harrison.
No, I know that, but I'm saying though that's how close they
But
literally
that's how
were.
close.
But
Absolutely.
so I always say that the James Harrison play is the most important singular play in NFL history because it's a 14-point swing at the end of a half in a Super Bowl and changed the entire game.
A game in which Larry Fitzgerald still had an all-time game.
Yeah. Still.
Like, right. And I was so desperately rooting for them. Because you root for good guys and you understand his story, why he grows his hair because his mom died of cancer. Like, this guy is just, like, I root for a guy like Larry Fitzgerald. This guy has been to over 100 plus countries. Every NFL player he's come in contact with, he knows about their whole life story. He know people in this neighborhood. Like, that's a guy you just root. He's a guy you aspire. If you have daughters, if you ever will have daughters, you will feel way comfortable your daughter being with a guy like that guy, because you're just like, that guy's a good guy. He just takes care of shit, and nobody wants their baby girl to get. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. But what I'm saying is, you would be okay with that guy being with your daughter. That's what I'm saying. And he, so I just really was wishing it for him. But the main point is that when you have two number one receivers, you're going to go very far. But it's just such a rare thing to happen because there are receivers who think they're number ones. They're not truly number ones. Because when the number one truly leaves and then they get the number one job, they're like, oh shit,
This is way harder than I thought it was.
This is not what I thought that this would be. Not everybody's born to be an X receiver. That's not just everybody's job. Be a Z receiver. You be all right. Z's get paid. They in that slot. They get paid, baby. Be a Z. Be a Y. Get the second corner. It's okay. It's all right. Get paid. But that's why I'm saying I would really want a healthy AJ Green and T. Higgins to be in sync. A healthy AJ and a T. Higgins with a young Burrow, that's something I would like to see. I don't know if because of AJ Green's injury history, if he just can't get that giddy up back again.
He won't because he
sadly, it's looking like he won't.
He never had sudden speed. It was more smooth.
But what I'm saying is that he was still like such a phenomenal receiver.
Yeah, no, he's my favorite receiver in the NFL and has been since he's been in the NFL because I value people who catch the ball with their hands.
And he's
fluidly.
And his highlight reel of phenomenal catches is
playing with the Red Rocket his whole career. So anyway, I want to add to the whole Cardinals and Steelers Super Bowl, being that I hate the Steelers so much. I also wanted Larry Fitzgerald to win. Up until the moment that James Harrison crossed the goal line and they scored, I did not want that play to be forgotten. Because if the Cardinals win, then that is a historic play that will have fallen on the wayside because it really wouldn't have mattered in the grand scheme. And that, I'm telling you, that is the single greatest play I have ever seen because he had no right in his goddamn mind running 100 yards, being that big and that slow, and actually making it.
After playing defense until they got to the goal line.
A whole drive.
Let's not forget that. The
And he didn't run in a straight line. He hurdled people. He juked.
That run back made absolutely no sense. I'm watching it in real time. I was like, somebody has to tackle him. Wait, somebody has to tackle him. Oh, shit, nobody's tackling him. Oh, shit. Is he going to go all the way? No way. Someone has to catch up to him. There's no way he's going to go all the way. I'm having this conversation out loud. I see Larry Fitzgerald, who You know Larry's not that fast. He fucking walked him all the way down. All the way down. And he just couldn't get enough juice on the tackle to stop him right beforehand. It's begrudgingly one of the greatest plays I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's the most effort that I've ever seen one human display on one play by themselves.
In terms of, because we talked about Marion the Barbarian earlier, and play like running hard as you possibly can. James Harrison still runs to this day.
Yeah.
With that effort, no one is tackling him to this day, however many years ago that was. He's still running because you just couldn't stop him.
Dude, so
I don't give a...
It's funny because we talked about this before, right? I've been in this scenario where we were in the end zone and the quarterback threw a pick, and I watched the guy, and I knew I could have walked him down. And I watched him because I just wanted to get back on offense. I was like, fuck defense, I'm trying to score here. And I instantly eliminated everybody the way my brain works. When he caught it and took off, I eliminated everybody who had absolutely no chance based on the physics, the speed, and the angles. And I instantaneously saw Larry Fitzgerald and started watching him. Because, yes, he's not that fast, but he is football fast. And he took off, and I'm just watching him the entire time. Like, is he going to catch him? Oh, wait a minute. He has to hurdle. That's going to slow him down a little bit. Well, then when James Harrison hurdled that dude, that guy rolled, and then Larry Fitzgerald had to hurdle that dude. And I'm just like, oh, my God, this is like a steeplechase. This is hilarious. And it's the single greatest effort outside of... Nah, it meant too much. It's a Super Bowl, but the Beastquake, Marshawn Lynch basically just running through an entire team.
And he grabbed his nuts right when he was in the end zone. I mean...
All right. So anyway, fuck all that old shit. Why you always got to bring up old shit?
Well, because I'm a historian. You know how
no, but still, it's too. I have never seen a play that was more significant in the history of football ever. Sure. Hail Marys, none of that, because it's a 14-point play. And
the only play I put up next to it. Okay, which we're talking, well, okay, there's a couple of plays I could put up next to it. Obviously, Seattle, New England, obviously. We know the play I'm talking about. But a play not many people know about, especially this younger generation. So there's a definite Dallas-Pittsburgh hatred for a certain community, depending on how old you are. Because Dallas and Pittsburgh played twice in the 70s. Pittsburgh ended up winning both times, but Dallas really should have won one of those. When Roger Staubach was the quarterback, and they had a tight end. His name was Jackie something. I forget his last name. He used to play for the Cardinals. And he was wide ass open in the end zone. Roger Staubach put it right between the numbers.
Oh, my Lord. He must be the loneliest man in America.
And he dropped it.
Yeah, I remember that call. He must be the loneliest man in America.
Would have won the Super Bowl for Dallas over Pittsburgh, which would have changed the trajectory of some things. We're talking about Roger Staubach in a different way. I mean, he's still very much.
Well, I mean, I think if you're going to go with changing trajectories, then the Tuck rule is the biggest one ever, because entire dynasties altered.
We obviously know that is the biggest trajectory change, period. But we talk about Roger Staubach in a different way. We talk about Pittsburgh in a different way. Dallas is over them now. It's a whole different diametric shift. Now we talk about what you're just talking about with the Tuck. Obviously, I don't know. what Tom Brady becomes. Like, I think he's still like
Of course,
6 years
not
old.
not what it
Now
was.
we have Oakland. Now we have Charles Woodson. Now a multiple time champion.
Tampa
We go.
Bay doesn't win a title because John Gruden doesn't go to Tampa. He stays in Oakland. Like, there's a lot
This
of
is what I'm
things
saying. So
change.
we talk about that sort of shit. Also, we're talking about shifts that way. I had a third one. And this is the one. And this is one we also talked about.
I have one. Why it'll jog your memory probably. Vikings and Falcons. Gary Anderson missing that goddamn field goal. Vikings go to the Super Bowl, they win. Randy Moss gets the Super Bowl early, and they just keep building on that shit and just roll for a couple years.
Oh my goodness, that changes the trajectory for Randall Cunningham. You might get Robert Smith for a few more years because he was like, I could be a doctor.
All right, so another team that had two number ones on their team at the same time, and it's only because he was capable of handling a number one, even though he wasn't athletically. One was Chris Carter and Randy Moss, and then you had an ill number two,
Jake Reed,
who got to be a three.
Right,
Jake Reed. But yeah, Gary Anderson missing that field goal. That's because Atlanta goes to the Super Bowl and gets absolutely destroyed. That's not going to happen because now you have Randy Moss in the Super Bowl and it's unstoppable.
Ain't no dirty bird bullshit.
Who won that? Who beat them?
It was Denver. Rod Smith had a 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah, you're right.
Plays. It was
they got blown.
Oh, this is about to be stupid. This is about to be just dumb.
Yeah, you're right. That was Terrell Davis and John Elway and all that. So yeah, you've got
not even Neil Smith, who was now on them. He wasn't on the Chiefs anymore, and his man had died.
You've got at that time the highest scoring offense in the history of the NFL playing against that Denver team, and it's a whole different. And then the whole thing changes. Randy Moss probably never ends up in New England. Like see how many things can change. So anyway, Cincy at Washington.
I have another trajectory in mind. I'll come back to it. If I ever remember it. Cincy at where?
Washington. I'm gonna go with Washington.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Washington.
I think I gotta go with Washington on this.
Since he getting destroyed like that, they're so young, they're not gonna respond.
Their defense is garbaggio. Their defense is just terrible.
Yeah, and you know what? Washington actually, it's funny because it's all about quarterback play. You got somebody who's not going to lose the game, but that Terry McLaurin or whatever his name is, he could really play.
Ohio State receiver.
Yeah.
Actually played with Haskins, which you got to fucking keep that going. Like, anyway. Whatever.
He can play, and it looks like they're...
Whatever, Chocolate City. Chocolate City fucking...
The Bigums.
Whatever, Chocolate City Bigums.
So Detroit at Carolina. Interesting. I'm going to roll with Detroit. I don't like Carolina. Plus, Teddy Bridgewater, I don't think he's playing. I think he got hurt his knee.
Did he?
Yeah, so that kid from the XFL is going to play. Or, no, he went to Temple. He played with Matt Rule at Temple.
Yes, he did. He got in a couple plays a couple weeks ago. Yeah,
and then he went and balled for the couple games of the XF or whatever the weeks that they had of whatever that league was, and then that's it. He got in, but they were playing against Tampa Bay, so there was no hope for him there, and I have no hope for him here either because Detroit. See, if I pick them, they're going to lose. See how this works? So I'm going to tell you that they're going to win this game, but on my game pick, on paper, I'm probably not going to pick them because I hate them. But no, they should win that game. Backup quarterback. It's all if Teddy Bridgewater can play, then I might think that different. Pittsburgh at Jacksonville. Ugh. Do it. Nah, I don't even stop. I don't even want an answer. Better game. Tennessee at Baltimore. I'm going with Tennessee because I don't like Baltimore's team.
Fuck. damn it. This is a tough one. Because I don't know who's going to show up. Wait. Okay, where's it at?
It's in Baltimore. It's such a short trip for Tennessee, too. Like, it's right there. It's not even like a big deal. There's no travel issues. There's not going to be a big crowd.
I'm actually going to lean toward Baltimore.
I do want to see what the weather is going to be like before I make a final decision. But I'm going to go with Tennessee because New England just proved how easy it is to run on Baltimore. And it's Derrick Henry. It's not Damian Harris. So...
Mm-hmm.
And you know that Vrabel personally hates Baltimore. Just personally. From his Pittsburgh and then New England days. This guy hates Baltimore. So I'm going to go with Tennessee on this one. Pending weather reports. New England at Houston. Another who shows up game. Who the fuck's showing up? I'm going to go with New England just because New England always beats Houston. They always beat them. Yeah. Miami at Denver. I am still firmly on the Tua train. Let's go.
Yep.
No reason to get off now, people. That one's an easy one. But this is at Denver. So the only issue is quarterbacks who go to Denver who have never been there. It is different. But he's very accurate, so I don't think the elevation thing will be that big of an issue. Extremely accurate. And their team's really, really fucking good. So, the Jets at the Chargers.
Jets. Jets.
That's why I looked at you like that, because the Chargers just find ways to lose. That's just the way it is. They just find a way to lose each week, even though they put up big numbers.
Here's the thing. Who's quarterbacking this Jet squad?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. If it's Flacco, I'm going with the Chargers. I hate Flacco. I fucking hate that guy.
I mean, yeah, you can, but guess what? Flacco found Rashard Perriman, who was a disappointment for the Ravens when they drafted him in the first round, even though his daddy played for the Detroit Lions. A Perriman, that's with Herman Moore and Johnny Morton. Perriman was also a wide receiver for the Lions. Throwing it back, always remember it. He was a wide receiver for the Lions, also with Benny Blades, his teammate at the University of Miami. His son, Rashard Perriman, is a speedster, but he has been hurt most of his career. Had his best season with Tampa Bay with Fitzmagic throwing him the rock more so than crab legs, and he scored a career high in touchdowns there. But he's been hurt for the Jets. But when he was healthy this last week, he scored 2 touchdowns.
So the real question is
throwing him the ball.
The real question is which coach is more likely to blow this game, Anthony Lynn or Adam Gase?
Well, let's think about this. Since Adam Gase has given up play calling duties, the Jets have played way fucking better on offense. That's just a point of fact. I don't know what they're doing out in San Diego.
I'll tell you what, if Sam Darnold is playing, I'm going with the Jets because he's a LA guy, USC. It'll be a big deal to him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Listen, San Diego, a.k.a. a whale's vagina, I don't know what's happening out there, guys, but, man, give my man Anthony Lynn some love. He loves y'all. Love him back, please. And Bosa, with your concussion, come back. Melvin Ingram, come back. Like, they're just so banged up that, like, their absolute best players on defense are all banged.
I bet you he gets another.
And you have no running game.
Yeah, I bet you he gets another year in San Diego because he'll be able to.
I hope so. I really hope so because he deserves another year.
Yeah, you get another shot with a full roster to see what you can do.
I hope so. I hope Anthony Lynn absolutely gets another shot.
He did, yeah, 100%. This year. It's the roadie, man. You can't count that. He's not. If Adam Gase still has a job, Anthony Lynn should still have a job.
Adam Gase still has a fucking job. Seriously?
He still has a job. They should take his job.
and he was smart in giving up the offensive play calling duties, and the Jets have been doing better, which will then substantiate him keeping his job if he absolutely does keep his job, which I don't.
All right, so we got a good game in Green Bay at Indy. Very evenly matched squads.
Here's what I wanted to say about Green Bay earlier. They play down to their competition. And like regardless who's healthy on their squad. Because their defense is just not a defense that holds up. When they had Charles Woodson, here's when their defense made sense. I'll give you 3 instances when their defense made sense. When they had Ray Nitschke, but that was in the 60s, y'all. When they had Reggie White, but that was like in the late 90s. And when they had Charles Woodson, that was in the 2000s. So there were just 3 like specific times in their history where their defense made sense. 3 out of a historic franchise.
And well, those are also the 3 times that they have had 100 all-time greatest players on their defense. So imagine that.
But then that's the whole thing. Either you have like an amazing defender, or you just really don't have any defenders at all. So they need to figure that shit out. It's better drafting that will help that. But this is what makes it hard. You play down to the Jaguars. When you play down, so the teams that they face who play hard, right? They played against the Jaguars, played dumb hard. They're going to play against Indy, who plays dumb hard on defense. So it just depends on what Indy does offensively, meaning if Philly Rivers doesn't turn the ball over against Green Bay, guess what?
Indy's going to beat them.
Win this.
So I look for Aaron Rodgers to have a huge day statistically, because he's not that day against the Jags, even though he was the number 2 fantasy quarterback of the week. Everybody's like, oh my God, he was off that because they didn't blow them out. But Green Bay's not that good. He is. They're not that good at football. He's literally carrying them by himself. So I want to look at the injury report and see what Indy's secondary looks like before I make a decision on that one completely. But if everybody's all healthy, I'm going with Indy on that one, dude, because Green Bay's not that good. They're really not. And Indy's defense is good enough to kind of almost neutralize whatever Aaron Rodgers is going to do. So it's just like, yo, Phil, just don't turn it over. So I want to look at whatever Green Bay's takeaways are this year. Like, is their defense actually taking the ball away?
I'm
going
takeaways this year.
I'm going with Indy, and I bet you this, since they're at home, that Indy's actually going to be the betting favorite, and I bet you it's going to be something stupid like 2.5. Dallas returns into the fold. I actually like the NFL when Dallas is on the off week. They should make that a permanent thing. Literally, I liked it way better without everyone talking about fucking Dallas all week. It was incredible. Like, it's always about them, and they fucking suck. They haven't won a Super Bowl in, like, most of y'all's lifetimes. So, like, what the fuck? And I'm totally going with Minnesota on this. Because Dalvin Cook's he's going to have, like, 250 yards. There's too many weapons, and whoever's playing...
And here's the thing about Captain Kirk. He loves Thielen, but then he discovered, oh shit, I have this young LSU Tiger on the other side in Jefferson. I can also throw to him, and then I have this monster that I can hand the ball off to again. So when they have that shit clicking, they are a different offense.
They were definitely different with Irv Smith when he was healthy. It sucks that he went down because having him and Kyle Rudolph was like really, really effective.
I love Irv Smith, and I just want him to be healthy. And then you have him, and you have the old grizzled vet and Kyle.
If you remember our preseason kickoff episode, the first one that we did, that literally this is what we discussed about the Vikings. He has the talent to. We know he can. but will Captain Kirk allow Justin Jefferson to replace Stephon Diggs?
Yes.
And
He said this shit.
we said it. You can go, YouTube didn't ban it. You can go watch it.
And he didn't do it in the beginning games, but then all of a sudden he discovered them, and then it changed the whole polarity of the team.
and it's just going to continue to grow because he got to remember he's a rookie. He's going to get better. But that was a perfect pick. Whoever their GM is, letting Stephon Diggs go, who was unhappy and is very expensive, because you had that guy and you knew you could land him based on the teams ahead of you in the draft. Perfect. There's so many receivers available, and they specifically look for the one to replace what they just lost,
Yes.
who was younger and cheaper and more compliant. Perfect pick by them.
And it's a beast.
Yeah.
I mean, he's taller. He's like this kid. He's gonna be. He's a player.
Yeah.
He's a player. Point blank. Period. He's a player.
And it's funny because Adam Thielen is white that people don't look at him as a number one receiver, but he is a definite number one receiver.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
It's still just that stigma, it still kind of exists.
They clearly never heard of Steve Largent.
Well, the thing is
and every other white receiver before him.
What? The thing
Guess
is,
what? We only got into the NFL not that long ago, bitch.
Jordy Nelson. Well, the thing is,
Yeah, then also Jordy Nelson.
well, even myself, I didn't think, and he doesn't look like he's that fast. I didn't think he was that fast. But Adam Thielen can really, he runs a low 4.3.
Also, we are prisoners of that particular person's trajectory. Well, like what their background is, like where they went to high school and then where they went to college. Yeah, he wasn't highly touted, so he went to where he could go. And then he was working his way, but he was at where he was. But then he was ill, and he was like, okay, I'm ill and I'm putting up numbers here, but no one's really gonna look at that. But I know I'm ill. I'm just gonna figure out a way to get into this camp.
Well,
And then he got into the camp, and then he fucking balled out, and they were like, what was this kid?
well,
Wait, how come we didn't know about him? Oh, because he was there, and then he was there, and so we don't look those places.
Well,
we just don't look those places.
he was able to get his foot in every single door because he does run a very, very low 4.3, and everybody's going to be like, when they see the number, like, yeah, bring him in. Let's see what we can do with him. Like, that's going to get so. He doesn't look that fast on the field.
He doesn't, but that's what I'm saying. It's like because of the places he's been, you're not really looking there, and you're like, well, if he's that fat, if he's that fast, why the fuck is he there? But you don't go look and you don't go investigate for yourself because you think it's all bullshit. So that's why.
Well,
That's why he slipped through. We know these stories. How many stories can I tell you about ballers, like basketball especially, that never made it? But I'm like, trust me, if this dude went up against that dude who's in the league, he would put in work against him.
Well,
they don't look there, and it's like just different situations.
There's one white receiver that I remember watching him in college that I knew he was going to be, and he just didn't last that long, but he balled when he was in the league, was Eric Decker. When I was watching him in college, I was like, he's not that fast, but boy, he catches everything, and for some reason, he always gets open.
But you know what? He married well. Good for him. Good for him, Eric Decker.
And Luke.
Listen, Eric Decker made Tim Tibonius look good. So
he could play.
Bully.
He could play.
Yes, he could.
He could play. So definitely rolling with Minnesota on that because I've yet to lose when I've taken my brother's The Hunt and Hillbillies approach to picking Dallas games. Fuck Dallas. Oh yeah, Matt Jones. Well, Matt Jones was a quarterback at Arkansas Flea. They moved him to receiver because he ran a low 4.3. They're like, oh, we got to do something with him.
And Matt Jones was also 6'7".
Yeah, he was
Arkansas. He was a big boy. He was a big boy. He was recruited by multiple colleges to be a quarterback. He landed in Arkansas. He had some great running back talent behind him. Let's just make sure that we understand that.
See?
But then when he got to the league, she got different.
Well, see, that's when they look at you and they look at your numbers and be like, well, you're that tall and you're that fast. We'll find something for you to do.
What he should have done, which would have made him a better prospect, is if he would have changed himself to a tight end.
Yeah, put on some weight because he was big.
But he didn't even have to put on that much weight. Honestly, that was a big boy.
No, but he could have ushered in like the Aaron Hernandez type of like Travis Kelce, even though Travis Kelce at this point does block a little bit, but they don't ever run the ball.
He could have been, because look, Blake Bell was a quarterback.
The Belldozer.
He was a quarterback at Oklahoma. I don't know how many. He was a highly touted quarterback at Oklahoma. He plays tight end in the league right now. Logan Thomas was a quarterback at Virginia Tech. He plays tight end for the Chocolate City.
Bigums. Yo, I did not.
Chocolate City Bigums.
I did not. I did not know that about.
This is what we have to understand about this. Like, there's a lot of quarterbacks that have changed their position. If they stay on offense, they become tight ends. If they transition to defense, they become corners or safeties.
Well, it usually depends on which race you are, because Randall L. and
right, because if you black, okay, let's
and Hines Ward,
if you black and you're a quarterback, you become
a wide receiver,
or maybe a defensive back.
Yeah.
But if you white, you become a tight end, and you're a quarterback. You become a tight end, okay, or maybe a safety.
Yeah.
Right? Because you got that rage, got that good white rage to knock people out.
Nah, they become tight ends.
Yeah. Well, Scott Frost, Nebraska.
I mean, there's always exceptions to the rules, but
Nebraska, for every Nebraska quarterback, like there was Scott Frost, and then there was the other one, who was the dark-haired one. I think his name was Zach or whatever his name was. And he was another highly touted one, and he immediately became a safety when he got to the league, and then he didn't even last. At least Scott Frost lasted.
Yeah.
But the other dude after him didn't. They were like, "Oh, okay, we just gonna make you a safety."
Well, I mean, you always get the shot. Thank God for your athleticism, and then you go be a coach, I guess.
A shot that Tony Rice didn't get because he had to go to Canada.
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Revenge game. But it's in the Death Star though. Kansas City at Vegas. It's gonna be a good one.
Okay, so check this out. Yes, because remember we were trying to pick the game that the Chiefs lost.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to figure out which one because it was coming up. We knew it was coming. So this whole story now about Las Vegas circling.
Yeah, the bus thing.
The bus with the. So that's locker room material. Okay, that's great. But here's the thing that's more significant. They got Le'Veon Bell now. They powered up more on offense, and they figured out more things on special teams, especially dealing with weather type situations. So, sorry, Vegas. This is going to be KC's game.
Yeah, I imagine that Patrick Mahomes is going to come out laser focused.
He mad as fuck.
Trying to prove something because he is the most talented quarterback on the planet, so he can do that.
He is super duper fucking motivated.
Yeah. So, what it would be a great narrative though if Vegas can pull this one off and get the sweep on Kansas City somehow. It's not going to happen though. Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for 500 yards. So Monday Night Football is literally, to me, is game of the week. Rams at Tampa Bay.
Okay. Again, two teams we need to see who shows up. How's and ever. Here's the thing. Here's fuck me again for a second. Antonio Brown had 7 catches for
65.
69 yards.
Yeah, something like that.
69 yards. When they had full offensive capacity, right? Okay. I fully expect the Tampa Bay offense from this point forward to be a serious fucking problem.
I was gonna ask you.
Every team in the league.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you.
Now, because now they have it in like, oh, they've now baked him in. The first game, stupid. The second game, blowout. You got it. Now we're in flow. This third game, oh shit. Mike Evans, Godwin, hey,
Gronk.
Take it easy, you guys. Guess what? AB's in the building right now. It's about to be a So okay, put Jalen Ramsey on Evans or Godwin or whoever you think is going to be the number one. AB is finna eat. And okay, Aaron Donald, we got this. We're gonna get this quick shit going. So if AB is slotting up, oh, this is going to be a problem.
All right.
AB is going to be such a problem for them. It's not. Even
All right. So as a transplanted Bucks supporter this year, and probably next year and maybe 3, who knows how long it's going to be, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. So Jalen Ramsey, who normally, if they were playing the Patriots, would cover Gronk, right? But this is different because now you have Mike Evans. So you're right. He is definitely covering Mike Evans. He has to. He's the only one big enough to.
Yep.
All right. So then that little Williams kid who just ate up Tyler Lockett, destroyed him in last week's game. He's going to end up covering AB. Not saying that he's going to be successful with Antonio fucking Brown we're talking about. Who is literally uncoverable. You cannot. There's not one person who can cover him because Deion Sanders and Revis at his peak don't play football anymore.
Right.
So Chris Godwin is actually going to, and Gronk are going to have big games because who the fuck is going to cover those two? Your 2 best corners are already eaten up, so who the fuck is going to cover Chris Godwin? He is going to eat. And then Gronk is Gronk. So the other thing that I also look for the Bucks to do is Ronald Jones to be effective early to try to neutralize and get Aaron Donald a little bit tired and wore out before you start allowing him to affect the game a little bit more because you're throwing. But as I spoke of earlier, do not discount the addition of starting AQ Shipley at center instead of whoever the fuck they had there who got them destroyed 38-3. So you have somebody who, because he's really good friends with Pat McAfee, so he's always on their show, and he openly discusses his impending CTE and things of this nature. Yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, fuck it, I throw my head in there. It's what I do. I'm about this life. Yeah, so he's about that life.
Yeah, he don't. And okay, so when this whole shit rookie season, we're like, oh, this dude's gonna be a Hall of Famer for the San Francisco. You could choose to be like, nah, I tap out, but we all choose to play. So like, we understand that there's dangers. Yes, there's dangers in everything.
It's like riding a motorcycle. You choose to do it and you can die.
Your house, there's a danger in it. Like, there's dangers in everything you do. You walk outside. There's a danger, homie.
This is Brooklyn, baby.
You understand? So, like, we choose to do this because we love this, and we also pretty damn dope at this. And watch what we do. Watch this. It's the Watch This Nation. which is what I really love. Like, watch this. I don't want to talk about shit. I'm all about watch this. I'm about that watch this nation, because we do this. We get out there, and I just tell you, like, I don't give a shit what you say. Watch this, and we gonna show you. And that's when you get plays like what we saw what happened with D-Hop.
You know
when
what's
he's hopping over three, when we got three hop, when he's hopping over three dudes and he's catching the ball in the end zone. That's what we get. You understand?
All right, so
amazing plays.
All right, so speaking on that, so watch what I'm about to do, because I was about that shit. All right, as a receiver on a run-first team, you're only getting your number called so many times, and every time it came up, it's the first thing that came into my head. All right, I'm about to score. Everybody, just make sure you're paying attention. It doesn't matter where from. I'm taking this to the house. So they, in the interview, the post-game interviews on that throw, Kyler Murray, see, I'm kind of liking this guy. I just don't like Cliff Kingsbury. I just don't like him for some reason. But Kyler Murray's winning me over because they ask him, what were you thinking? Because the whole plan was the Aaron Rodgers against Dallas sideline throw to gain 20 to some yards, whatever, and then have another shot that's easier. That was the game plan. But he said when he got flushed out of the pocket, he said, shit, I saw D-Hop was down there somewhere. And that's just full confidence. It was just like, listen, man, I got him. Watch what I'm about to do. I'm just going to throw it up to this guy. So then on the other end of that, when they asked D-Hop, you can see it in his face as he's posting up. He was going to catch that ball. There was no question about it. He knew he was going to catch it.
So let me hit on a couple different points on here. This is when, as a quarterback, as Murray, you're like, thank God they got me this dude. I love Larry Fitz. I love my homie, Christian Kirk. I went to school with him. I love Isabella. He fast. That white boy fast as hell. But this dude, different. This dude is a unicorn.
Yeah, this guy's going to the Hall of Fame.
I'm going to throw it to the future Hall of Famer. And whatever happens, happens. Like, it doesn't even, if it gets picked off, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because Kyler Murray says, well, I was throwing it to a future Hall of Famer. If he catches it, guess what? We talking about him catching that shit. If it goes uncaught, dropped, hey, I went to a future Hall of Famer.
That was the best chance I had.
Possible option I had. It is a no-lose situation, no matter how you draw it up. But guess what? It was the perfect situation because it showed your ability as a quarterback to not only escape with the quick-ass feet and then show that arm off to get that shit and also pinpoint that shit, because let's be honest, he was running. It was on the run, and he still pinpointed that shit in the right area. He didn't overthrow it. He didn't underthrow it. He fucking put that shit in a space for D-Hop to be successful. Let's talk about that fucking throw. That shit was amazing. And then D-Hop did D-Hop things.
All right,
and
so
he validated that. So, I mean,
here's my question for you. What was better, the throw or the catch? I think the catch was. There was 3 people there. Like, yeah, there's only a few quarterbacks who could actually make that throw moving like that and throwing it across the body and all that things. I get that. But I can think of a fewer number of receivers who could actually do what he did.
So here's what I'm going to say on this one. I agree. Because the ball, as soon as it touched his hands, did not fucking move.
Not one.
He went all the way down to the ground. The only way the ball moved is because he moved it to tuck it into his body. The ball did not move. He had 6 hands surrounding his, and that ball did not move as soon as it touched his gloved hands. Point blank, Period.
The name,
Done.
the play has a nickname. It will last forever. It's the Hail Murray. It will last forever. It's one of the best plays that anyone has ever seen for numerous reasons. So,
And this is his second year in the league.
so why I think the catch was even better, and everyone's like ragging on the defense, like Tre'Davious White doesn't know what he's doing out there.
Nah, fuck that. Nah, everybody was in position.
All right,
Fuck that.
so let me explain it to you guys. So, as a former college corner, they had 3 players in actual position, including a fourth who was trailing Isabella in case there was a tip. I know in the full frame you can't really see him.
Isabella, who was the first guy to congratulate D-Hop.
But there is a fourth guy there, so you don't really have to worry about the Isabella thing. He is kind of out of position, but in that last second, the closing speed, who knows what's going to happen. So anyway, those 3 guys. There is one behind, and his job is to try to slap it out of his hands, which he tried to do, but Nuke's hands are 10 inches long, and you just can't do it. He has the best hands in the NFL. He just won that title. There's no question about it. The guy in front who was facing him also tried to do the same thing. Right? He wasn't trying to intercept. Well, yeah, you did have one trying to intercept it. I don't just put one hand up, but it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. But the third guy, literally coming from across, tried to rake the arms. They all 3 did exactly what they were supposed to do because each had a different role. One in front, one behind, one coming from the side. It just didn't fucking matter. It's incredible. And he's only 6'1". It's incredible. 6'1". He's not Calvin Johnson. He's 6'1".
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
You know what? There's like one catch that I can think of that has dumbfounded me even more than that one, and that one just because it is to win the game, so it's just like holy fucking shit. But do you remember when Gronk was moving the opposite way and caught it with his left hand behind him?
And he reached out,
going this way, like that.
He was like put together with scotch tape and gauze and fucking
And then Tom Brady asked him on the sideline, "How the fuck did you catch?
Fuck did you catch that?"
He said, "I don't even know how I did that one." That one is like because it was in between 3 people and they were all trying.
It didn't even make sense.
Yeah, I was just like, how? And it's Gronk, so they're all hitting him. They weren't trying to hit the ball; they were hitting him, and he still. That one in I underappreciated catch and underappreciated for me personally is Stallworth, the over the shoulder catch. I never liked it, even though they always put this in like the top 10 NFL plays of all time. But I get it now because he caught it over the wrong shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a go around. It was in a playoff game. I think it was actually against Dallas probably, and he's looking this way, and he never adjusted. He still he caught it over this shoulder. And then usually you would adjust in one way. Now, as I'm older, I appreciate that more because I understand how fucking impossible that is because he just caught it off a feel. Like, So, but yeah, that play will go down in NFL history as one of the most memorable plays and will be played for the rest of our lives. As it should. It was incredible. I mean, I texted Carrie instantaneous. I just said D-Hop. That's all I could say. It was just like, because I knew if he didn't see it, he's just going to be like, I have to go see what the fuck just happened.
And I was at the same time texting best catch of the year, bar none.
Yeah.
Like greatest catch, bar none. Period. We were texting each other at the same time. Like, oh shit.
And my response is that catch just got him first team All-Pro this season.
Oh,
locked in.
I mean, but he always is though. Like
no, him and Devontae Adams are going to be the first
dude. Like he's that dude. Like
but somehow he's like underrated.
That's what I'm saying. I was just about to say that. Can't like that. His props the way he should. Somehow, I don't understand how you go through a whole season without dropping a pass when you're one of the most targeted receivers in the league.
He will now because he just Odell Beckham himself.
Right.
He just made a catch that's more famous than him.
Yeah, now it's gonna get spins on all. You know what I'm saying?
And he knocked the post game interview out of the park.
Yes, he did. And, okay, give me one more second. I'll be right back. But yes, he did, because guess what? Nah, they were in position.
All right. So anyway, now we can. That was the last topic to cover, and it's like 12:30. I probably should eat something. I smoked like 5 blunts over the last couple hours.
Damn, I didn't realize it was that late.
Yeah, no. Well, we skipped a week, so there was a lot to catch up on, and we haven't spoken about football. And I knew that even the D-Hop conversation itself was going to eat up like an hour because it was ridiculous. There was so many different things to talk about, and I don't know if we'll ever see something like that again.
Word.
Honestly, not just because of the two impossibilities of it. The throw itself was like, how did he even get that off?
Mm-hmm.
And then the catch is literally like, he is now, it's the prisoner of the moment and the emotion. People are going to say he's the best receiver in the NFL now, which he has been. Realistically, he has been. But, man, Devontae Adams is really fucking good too, man.
Yes, Devontae Adams is this is Devontae Adams. Like, we're seeing Devontae Adams at his absolute best. Enjoy.
Because with Devontae Adams, he has no help. Everyone knows he's getting the ball, and they can't stop him anyway.
Amazing to watch what he's doing. Please understand that.
Yeah. So, I'm glad we could rock out for a long time, because it's been a while, and I knew it was a lot to talk about. So, as far as the picks go, yeah, you took a hit. I'm up 7 now, so you'll have to make some moves.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still in the game.
No, you are, but it's funny because we both took some calculated risk, but they paid off. Yeah. For me and not for you. So usually,
that's fine. All right, we understand that.
No, but usually what happens is we just split them somehow, and this one just went the other way. The Arizona win, you almost had that. It was literally, you had that pick until the very last second. Dude, I'm sitting there watching that like, I can't believe this shit.
And I saw that, and I was like, I was sick about it, but at the same time, I was like, yo, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, and then the Washington win, I mean, come on. I was riding the Alex Smith train. That was just a calculated risk. It wasn't that big of a deal. And then the Tennessee win in Baltimore, we both missed that shit. So we shall see what's coming up this week, because this year the NFL's been really fucking weird. There's like games that you're just like, oh yeah, that one's easy. But then the other games where they're kind of meaningless, like teams that aren't in the playoff hunt, they're also like, I don't know who this team is. Who the fuck are you? Who's this guy playing quarterback? What the fuck is going on? This shit is retarded. It's a weird year. It's a weird year in the league. It's a weird year for everybody. So I appreciate it, homie. We will be in touch. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to go get some food, man.
All right.